All right, good evening, everyone. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at, let me see what time it is, 5:32 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, policies, and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, you mark your attendance. One more time, Laura. Oh, there we go. Oh, one more confirm. Okay, awesome. All right, we have 6 members present. All right, perfect. All right, and then next on our agenda will be our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, our invocation is going to be given to us by Peyton Bain. She is a senior at Judson High School. She is a member of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, as well as a cheerleader and a softball player. So if everyone could please rise.
Lord, thank you for letting us gather tonight. Knowing we are here because of your grace, and we are thankful for each new day. We pray for everyone going through tough times, asking you to help them, whether they've asked you directly or not. Help us always show the good qualities of your Spirit and be light to others. Please remind us to follow your plan, not our own. For the upcoming school year, we ask your protection over students, teachers, and staff. Guide them, help them learn, and fill their classroom with your wisdom and peace. May this year be a good growth, understanding, and positive change. In your powerful name we pray. Amen.
If we can remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
One state.
one and indivisible.
All right, and thank you, Peyton, and have an amazing senior year. We can't wait to see you out on the stage in May. Okay, next on our agenda is the public comment period. The public comment period is a time for citizens, staff, parents, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except through the proper channels. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comment. Anyone who wanted to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting was required to sign up prior to the start of the meeting. Each public comment speaker will be allowed to speak a maximum of 3 minutes. Yielding of time to other speakers is not permitted. Speakers need to keep their comments civil and courteous and avoid using profanity. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss students who are not their own. While speakers may criticize any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service of the board, personal attacks or complaints about individuals will not be allowed. If you have a specific complaint against an individual, I am required to stop you and direct you to seek resolution through the district grievance process, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for parent or student complaints, and GF for community complaints. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. All right, with that, our first speaker is Matt Fields, and on deck will be Laura Wickwire.
In Proverbs 22, it reads, "In the paths of the wicked are snares and pitfalls, but those who would preserve their life stay far from them. start children off on the way they should go, and even when they are old, they will not turn from it. And so with that, I come to say goodbye. It has been one of my life's greatest honors to work alongside the great educators of Judson. It has been an even greater honor to use my skills and knowledge to help set Judson above the rest in technology, safety, and security, and most of all, it has been my greatest honor to have been able to be a part of saving the lives of some of our children who were suicidal, abused, or at risk. See, I took to heart that part about starting children off on the way they should go, and in many cases, that was through intervention that was unseen. But in all, it has been an honor. So tonight will be my last board meeting here as a Judson employee, but I would not be Matthew Fields if I left without bestowing some peace in this meeting. So, to Mr. Macias, who's not here, you have been here for 16 years, as you say so often, and you know that politics plays their part. Why not stop and reset, order a clean slate, and move on in unity? Stop your retaliation. That choice is yours. Ms. Jones, you aren't new here anymore. I urge you to take a look at the politics of this board and accept accountability as one of the leaders. Learn from the mistakes of those before you and grow with them. That choice is yours. Ms. Lee, you are a very sweet lady and your heart is full of love for these children and staff. I urge you to focus that passion and try and drive your colleagues into following you. It is okay to be shy, but you are powerful. Continue to keep your head high and don't let your heart change. That choice is yours. Ms. Knoyer, you have a brilliant mind, a passion for justice, a compassion for indifference, and a drive for equality. Stand firm to those qualities. They make you a badass woman. Bestow those passions on your colleagues. That choice is yours. Ms. Stanford, your love for God and your desire to take the high road is admirable. Stand on your principles, but remember to not admonish others without talking to them first, and make sure that they're not angry and unforgiving. Stay true to your faith and stay away from the politics of it all. That choice is yours. Ms. Poteet, you're misunderstood. You are a strong woman, a lioness for her children, a kid at heart, a lover of books, knowledge, and carry a great compassion for children. Let this part of you shine. That choice is yours. Ms. Ryan, you took my advice and went to leadership training to work on your tone. That is true leadership, knowing that there is a possibility that you aren't always right and willing to correct it. Stand on your morals, continue to fight for what's right, try and find your calm in the storm and brush off the noise. Some conversations of governance can happen behind closed doors. To not make a spectacle. Continue to see your strengths and weaknesses and you will be successful. That choice is yours. To you all as a whole, understand that your words are impactful, whether said aloud or written on a notepad for the world to see. These are actions that drive the spirit of Judson. Remember our goal to start the children off on the way they should go and build your actions and your words off of that. May God guide you all on your path, and may you have mercy on the things we do. Good night and goodbye. Here ends my 12 years of service.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Next up is Laura Wickwire. On tap is Haley White.
Good evening. My name is Laura Wickwire. I am the Secretary and Community Liaison for the Judson ISD Conflict and Bullying Board Ad Hoc Committee. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the full board. In January of this year, all of you recognized that Judson ISD's bullying policies could be strengthened and voted unanimously to create this important board ad hoc committee. Serving on this committee has been a rewarding and healing step forward for me as a parent whose child experienced bullying and what has been called unprecedented cyberbullying. Despite this, I still consider myself lucky because at the end of the day, my child is still here. As I've learned, not every Judson ISD parent whose child faced bullying and cyberbullying can say that. This is why our work is so incredibly important. There is just too much at stake here. Throughout this process, I've had the privilege of working alongside trustees, district staff, stakeholders, and our partners at IDRA, all of whom brought different perspectives but shared one common goal, making our schools safer and more supportive for every student. Diligently, we have sought feedback at every given opportunity from district leaders, campus staff, parents, students, and even TASB. And through our efforts, a stronger bullying policy for Judson, also known as District Policy FFI, has been drafted by a team of legal professionals at IDRA. That draft is now awaiting board discussion and action. Contrary to what is reflected on the agenda, it is my understanding that there may not be a vote on the proposed policy revisions tonight. Even so, I want to recognize the progress that has been made towards this initiative. One thing I've learned is that progress doesn't always happen as quickly as we'd like, but God knows what He is doing. And His timing is perfect as each step forward brings us closer to strengthening how Judson ISD prevents, investigates, and responds to bullying, and ultimately helps create safer learning environments for our students. As students prepare to return to their campuses in the coming weeks, Judson ISD families are hopeful and counting on positive change that has been repeatedly promised. Tonight, I stand here and say that we are excited that these proposed policy updates could soon become one of great many positive improvements across the district. Thank you to everyone who has contributed their time, expertise, and willingness to work through difficult conversations. I truly believe this district is moving in the right direction, and I am hopeful that the work we've done together will have a lasting positive impact on Judson ISD students and families for years to come. I would also like to take just a moment to officially welcome Dr. Dixon to Judson ISD. We are excited to have you here, and I look forward to partnering with you in the future as we continue working towards solutions that put students first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McQuarrie. Okay, next up is Haley White, and will be followed by Jenny Blossom White.
Okay, it's working. Good evening, members of the Judson ISD Board. My name is Haley, and I'm a former student of Judson ISD. I'm here tonight because students deserve to feel like they belong at school. Oh my God.
You're doing amazing, Haley. Take a breath, sweetie.
It's my dyslexia, I'm
You're
sorry.
doing awesome.
School is where we spend a huge part of our lives. We are supposed to be. Sorry, guys, my dyslexia is extremely bad.
No, just take your time, sweetie. You're good. Yeah, you can slow
I
down.
can't read this, Mom.
We'll give you a couple extra minutes, Haley. You just take your time.
Where are you? I'm just going to restart. Good evening, members of Judson ISD Board. My name is Haley, and I'm a former student of Judson ISD. I'm here tonight because students deserve to feel like they belong at school. School is where we spend a huge part of our lives. We are supposed to be learning, making friends, discovering what we care about, and finding out who we want to become. It is hard to do those things when you are worried about being targeted because of who you are at your core. When a student is bullied because of their race, religion, gender, disability, or another part of their identity, it can make school feel like a place where they have to hide parts of themselves just to get through the day. Students should not have to choose between being safe and being themselves. I'm asking JISD to make sure students know exactly what to do when they experience bullying. We need adults who will listen when we report it. We need teachers and staff who knows how to recognize and stop it. And we need to know that when we speak up, something will actually happen. Students also need to know that they will not be blamed for what happened to them or expected to solve the problems themselves. I'm asking the board to listen to students and make preventing bullying a priority. We all deserve a chance to come to school, learn and participate without being afraid of being targeted for who we are. Please make sure JISD is a place where every student can say, I belong here. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. You did amazing. So, all right, next up is Jenny Blossom White, and you will be followed by Ariana Hernandez Perez.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Blossom White, and I'm one of Judson's favorite parents here at Judson ISD. I'm here tonight to ask this board to focus not only on what happens after a child is bullied, but on what we can do to prevent bullying before it escalates. Teachers, administrators, and staff are on the front lines of our children's school experience. They need the training and tools to recognize when behavior is more than a disagreement or a joke. When a student is a victim of bullying, students need to recognize the conduct, intervene, and document it, and know where to report it. I'm asking Judson ISD to invest in robust and ongoing staff training on preventing and responding to bullying and harassment. I'm also asking the district to collect and examine data about these incidents. We cannot effectively address a problem we cannot see. Understanding where, when, and how bullying occurs can help the district identify patterns and direct resources where they are most needed. Most importantly, I'm asking the board to create a culture where students and parents trust that speaking up will lead to action. Prevention is not just about avoiding lawsuits or complying with the law. It is about ensuring that our children can focus on learning instead of worrying about whether they will be targeted at school. JISD has the ability to set a clear standard. Bullying is not tolerated. Students will be supported, families will be heard, and staff will have the training necessary to respond. I hope you will take that step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. White. Okay, next up is Ariana Hernandez Perez, and after that will be Mr. Ed Patch. Do I have Ms. Hernandez Perez? Oh, thank you. Okay.
Good evening, board members of Judson ISD. My name is Ariana Hernandez Perez. I am a parent of 3 children with disability in this district. I am asking that the board to consider what happens after a student experiences bullying, because up to today, including just a few hours ago, I just left the doctor with my son. He still has not recovered from the bullying situation that he has experienced here. And knowing that school is going to start soon has increased his anxiety. I would like to ask that just putting a policy on a paper is not enough. If we're not talking about it and being transparent on the procedures and what comes and after and how to handle it and the service we are providing for these students, because it is costing me thousands of dollars out of my pocket since I don't receive state benefits, I don't receive Medicaid, no state benefits. It is costing me a lot of money to get services for my son, even though he was bullied in this school district, and I feel like nobody cares. On top of that, I would like to see, or I'd like to ask, what are you guys gonna do for this new school year to prevent the bully stuff that you guys haven't done before? And I would also like for us to have like more meeting in regards bullying situation, how to address it in the school, train the principals, the staff, because this is really hurting not only the child, but it is hurting the whole family. It is hurting the whole family. And I would like to ask you guys, not in writing, but in an official board meeting, that you guys do talk about this and that you guys do provide resources from the district, counseling service, therapy services, anything that can help the student, because up to today, I'm just seeing a lot of retaliation instead of assistance. And I'm really asking if you guys can please, instead of putting stuff on paper, start more talking to the community, to the family members about it, how to address it, how to fix it. And I do pray that this school year there's transparency and everything changes for the better, because up to today, it hasn't changed. So please, I pray that everything is better for the next school year.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez Perez. Next up is Ed Patch, and will be followed by Ms. Harris.
You'll have to excuse me because I didn't bring my glasses, and so it's going to take me a little bit of time here. Good evening, members of the board. My name's Ed Patch. I'm a parent of former graduates. I'm a grandparent of current students, and thank you. No, I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna do it. Gotcha. Yeah. So I'm a parent, grandparent. I'm a volunteer, and I'm a substitute teacher as well here in Judson. And I want to talk about bullying. The first thing, though, is I want to ask the board to think about what bullying does to a student. When a student is repeatedly targeted because they're different, the harm doesn't stop when the incident occurs. It continues with them into the classroom. A student is worried about being mocked in a hallway or as they're traveling to different classes, or even in elementary school in the playground as they're playing. Doesn't feel safe when they're in the classroom. It's constantly on their mind. And they need to feel that when they bring it to parents' or attention or adults' attention, that something's being done. If nothing's being done, they're not going to report it. If nothing's being done, they're just going to give up on it and just accept it the way it is. So we need to put an end to it. It would be difficult to put an end to it. I mean, it would be nice if we could just like stop it. All right, it doesn't happen that way, we know. So we established policies. And I had a chance to look through this report, I want to say that the ad hoc committee kind of put together, and I'm sure it's going to be discussed tonight. I hope it's discussed tonight. I know that things that are put in closed session, we don't get to hear that it's being discussed. It's in closed session tonight. And what I am really afraid of is that when they put something and it's in committee, it can die in a committee. So if it's not really discussed amongst the board, it could just go away. It happens in Congress, it happens at board meetings as well. So I just want you to know that I know that this has been going on since January, since the committee started, but we haven't seen anything. And we're starting a school year here in a couple of weeks. And we need to know, the community needs to know that something's being done or going to be done, or policies are going to be put into effect that will protect our kids. I also wanted to talk about school lunches for pre-K4. They should get a choice. Just going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patch. All right, next up is Shantina Harris, and then on deck is, I'm going to say your name wrong, sir, so I'm just going to call you Mr. White. And then when you come to the microphone, I would love to hear to properly pronounce that first name. So.
Good evening, everybody. I am the mother of once was 4 Judson ISD students. Now it's 3. This is my son, Jordan. This was the shirt he wore on his last day of school. When most parents send their children to school, we worry about making good grades than making friends, or whether they remembered their lunch. We trust that when they walk through those doors, they will be safe, not just physically, but emotionally as well. I never imagined I would become the mother of a child whose life ended because of bullying and conflicts. People often think bullying is a part of growing up. They say children need to be toughened up. Kids will be kids. But bullying is not a rite of passage. It is a public health issue that affects children's brains, self-worth, their ability to learn, relationships, and in some cases will affect their life. Research continues to show that chronic bullying and conflict can lead to anxiety, depression, self-harm, school avoidance, and suicide. When repeated cries for help are missed, minimized, or misunderstood, the consequences can be irreversible. Jordan's death was not caused by one single moment. It was a result of many moments. when opportunities existed, and the failure to intervene, investigate, to protect and support. Like so many families trusted the system to recognize the warning signs and respond before it was too late. That is why I'm standing before you today. This is bigger than my family. This is about every child sitting in Judson ISD classrooms. It is about the student who is afraid to walk into school, or the child eating alone at lunch. It's about the students who laugh along with the jokes just to hide how badly they're hurting. It's about the child who goes home every day believing tomorrow will be worse than today. Policies alone cannot stop bullying or conflict, but policies can create expectations. They establish accountability. They provide guidance for staff consistency on campus and protection for students. Most importantly, they send a clear message that every report will be taken serious and every child matters. Over the course of these meetings, many thoughtful recommendations have been presented, and I have listened carefully, and I wholeheartedly support the interventions that strengthens prevention, improvement reporting, increases accountability and educate students and staff to ensure families are heard as well. These are not just policy changes, they are opportunities to save life. Jordan fell through the cracks of the current system. I can't change what happened to my son. I would give anything to have that chance. But together, you could change what happens to somebody else's child. Please do not let Jordan's story become another statistic or another meeting that ends with good intentions. Let it become the reason for meaningful change to happen. When you leave here today and you see your children, hug them a little tighter and ask them more than how was school. Ask them if they felt safe. Ask them if they saw someone else hurting. Teach them that kindness is courage. Speaking up can save a life, and that silence can have consequences. I often think about life as a glass jar. We all believe it will always be there until one day it slips out of your hands and it shatters. No amount of wishing can put it back together the way it was before. Please do not wait until another family is standing here as I am. I respectfully urge the board to adopt and strengthen Judson ISD policy FFI and continue building culture where bullying and conflict is recognized early, assessed consistently, and never dismissed. Let Jordan's life become a part of the solution. Let his legacy be that because of him, another child can make it home. Our children are not just our future. They're somebody's world.
I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, I've gone a couple over, but I want to thank you for sharing your story and being brave to share that with us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up is Mr. White, and will be followed by Tiana Ryan.
Patrick's my first name. It's spelled funny, but it's Patrick, I promise.
It's just Patrick? Okay, awesome.
I almost used to get bullied at school for the way my name was spelled, but
Correct.
I don't allow
Correct.
bullies.
So
I don't
I'd
raise
rather
bullies.
default and hear it out of your mouth, so thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. It's a lot of heart-touching stories in here. I mean, we had a young girl up here who spoke first, and she battles with dyslexia. Imagine if she was still in school and struggling. The bullying that would have went on, and most teachers have been like, y'all, just knock it off. Like the gentleman here said, that stuff carries home with these kids. Sometimes it starts the first day of school. We have a mom holding up her son's last first day of school shirt. And yet I'm hearing rhetoric that we want to push off getting this situated before a school year starts. I mean, Judson's been in the news a lot lately, and it's not for the good reasons. Can we get something out there that, I got 3 young kids sitting outside with their mom right now, out there in the lobby, that go to a school. This officer knows me. My kids go to the school he serves at. And like, I'll be damned, excuse my language, I know there's no cursing, but I'll be damned if I allow my kids to get bullied or be bullied. Granted, parents, there's a lot of parents that need to step it up and stop being their child's best friend that wants to hang out and kumbaya with them and be parents, but there's hours and hours and hours that our kids are in y'all's care and custody, y'all's facilities. We need y'all's assistance. This officer can't do it alone. He can't be in every classroom saying, hey, you know, we got staff, we got stuff that needs to be handled. We got board members that sit up here, and I think I heard somebody say that they've been up there for 16 years, and the bullying keeps getting worse and worse and worse, but they have time to put photo ops on social media and not get over the fact that Dr. Fields is gone. Like, there's no, okay, he's gone. Let it go. Let's move on. Let's focus on the kids. We took our focus off the kids and put it on our personal agendas. We're going to focus on our personal agendas. We're going to focus on what we're worried about and trying to make this board member look bad and this board member look bad while I sit here and look good. And that's the whole board. It's not just one person, it's the whole board. It's became a very not focused on kids thing. The kids should be the first priority. Their safety, their education should be the first priority versus let's go tit for tat. And if you're going to blow off what the committee y'all had put together is bringing to you just because, oh, it can wait another day, how many other days are there going to be till another kid gets hurt? And then after that kid, what are we going to say? Oh, well, we had something from the committee, but we just didn't get a chance to get to it. That's a BS excuse. The kids need to be first. All the other stuff can come second. School starts in a couple weeks. And like I said, I'll be damned if I let any of my kids bully somebody or be bullied.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Y'all have a good evening.
Okay, next up is Ms. Tiana Ryan.
Good evening, members of Judson ISD School Board. My name is Tiana Ryan, and I'm a postgraduate legal fellow working at IDRA, where my focus is on bullying and harassment in schools. IDRA is an education, nonpartisan nonprofit committed to achieving equal opportunities for every child through strong public schools. We were honored to participate along with Ms. Laura Wickwire, Ms. Monica Ryan, Ms. Stephanie Jones, and Ms. Laura Stanford as members of the Ad Hoc Committee on Bullying and Conflict, which the board created in January of this year. I'm here to share more insight about our process as it relates to community feedback used to revise Board Policy FFI Local Freedom from Bullying. During our first committee meeting, Ms. Amber Palmer walked us step by step through the district's policies regarding bullying investigations, and we received current bullying training materials from the district as well. With this framework in mind, the committee set out to collect feedback from Judson ISD community to ensure the voices of those directly impacted are heard and included. The committee hosted a table at the district's annual health fair organized by the School Health Advisory Council, where committee members shared information about the initiative and collected feedback. Participants were able to engage in vision boards, activities, submit anonymous feedback on index cards, and meet individually with committee members to share stories, concerns, and recommendations. IDRA co-hosted a virtual town hall along with Ms. Wickwire for families and community members to discuss bullying, prevention, and response. In addition, IDRA held 2 focus groups with parents where they were able to express their concerns and recommendations. Parent participants also had the opportunity to speak directly to the committee, highlighting what the district is doing well and areas of improvement. After collecting voluminous feedback from the committee set out to implement recommendations and suggestions into current policy. After our initial round of revisions, IDRA presented our draft to the committee, which resulted in a series of revisions. Thank you to Judson ISD administration, including Ms. Palmer, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Ghosh, and Dr. Jacklish for reviewing drafts of the policy and providing recommendations that contribute to the final policy recommendations. After receiving feedback from Judson ISD administration, our policy recommendations were submitted to TASB legal and policy team for review. My colleague Paige Duggins-Clay and Ms. Stanford met with TASB lawyers to discuss revisions, which were incorporated into the final policy recommendations. In addition, IDRA wrote a report which was circulated to the entire committee, reflecting our findings and all the work that was done over the last few months. Lastly, we want to say thank you to the committee board members, Ms. Ryan, Ms. Jones, and Ms. Stanford for creating and contributing to a space that has led to authentic community engagement and meaningful change in Judson ISD. The passage of the recommended policy is a step forward in ensuring that all students can show up to school being their true and best selves, without the fear of bullying and harassment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Okay, that concludes our public comments. Mark that off. Okay, we will move on to the superintendent report. So first thing is an update from the Judson Education Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me here to share the second quarter report from the Judson Education Foundation. The numbers are included in your packets, but just in general, the foundation has had a very healthy year and continues to give back towards the district. This year so far, the foundation has allocated $143,000 towards programs, grants, and scholarships. Our student scholarships were given out in the spring, in May, for $47,000. Teacher grants are coming up soon. We will award also another $47,000 for teachers. And we as well have supported our paraprofessionals who are interested in being teachers and provided 10 $1,000 scholarships for those paraprofessionals. And we awarded $3,300 in attendance grants for teachers who have had perfect attendance for the year and 0 to 1 absences for those that first semester and second semester. The foundation also supported all of our educators of the year and our paraprofessionals of the year for a total of $35,700. So we are proud to continue supporting Judson ISD and appreciate the support that the district gives and the school board gives as well. We had a great fundraisers in the second quarter for our golf tournament and our Valero Champions for Charity program. And upcoming, we have some fun things happening. We have our eGive campaign that'll start mid-August. Our back-to-school campaigns will include convocation and block party. We will recognize and award our top donors in the fall, and we will continue our inaugural event from last year, our purse bingo, in the winter time. So we hope you guys can join us at those events, and we thank you. And I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
I'll usually turn it over to Ms. Canoyer first, since you are on the JEF board, and I'll let you make your comments first, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to thank Ms. Greathouse and all of the directors that are part of the Board of Directors of JEF for their invaluable hard work and commitment to helping our students and our faculty, engaging in meaningful programs that bring diverse opportunities. And especially thank you to all the donors, the people who support our gala, who support our golf tournament, who make all these donations that really go towards what's happening in our classrooms. It's hard work. I'm happy to be a small part of it, and I want to just make sure that everybody understands that there is a group of volunteers who are really committed to doing good things for Judson. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Canoyer. All right, any other questions or comments from the board for Ms. Greathouse? Look down that way. All right, thank you for everything you do, and
Thank you, guys.
keep up the hard work, JEF team.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dixon, I'll turn it over to you then for finance and human resource update. I was going to turn it over to Dr. Ghosh. So.
Turn it over to me. Ms. Ryan, Board President, board members, and Dr. Dixon, I want to begin the HR Finance report first off by saying it has been an honor to work with all of the teams here in working through the right sizing, working through the budget. We have a great team of people that have put many, many hours in this. Our hopes had been to provide a very formalized report that would say, here we are finished, but yet we are not. We still have a great deal of work to do and are still correcting items within our Skyward system. So I do have a report for you as of today. I think the first thing, I know one of the big pieces on the finance when it comes to the balancing of the budget, and you will see this in a budget amendment that was provided to you this afternoon. This is as of today, and I do want to add that as you look at the budget amendment, we are actually amending the budget $1.4 million this evening. And that $1.4 million comes off of the proposed deficit that we reported would appear when we adopted the budget. So that is a reduction of the deficit down right around $4 million just based on the work that has been done thus far. Within that, we are still correcting line items and budget codes, and we are still moving individuals into their proper positions, and that takes some time. We want to respect our employees and make sure that we don't make a change in our Skyward system before we actually have conversations with our employees. And so those have been done, and we will continue to make the changes in the system to get everything where it needs to go. We know there are about $750,000 worth of positions that are still showing on the local budget that we know we will be able to move to our title funding. So some of that we're maximizing our title funding, and I know there's a report here this evening towards the end of the board meeting where we are going to talk about all of our various grants and the title funding that we have available to us. I know it has been requested, and the board is looking for kind of a spend plan of what that looks like, but and we will provide that as soon as we have all of the staffing finalized with that, so we can provide you some accurate numbers in terms of how we are utilizing our federal funds to support staff. And just to kind of clarify, in order to use those funds, those are for the positions that directly support our students. That is where we have funds to support social work and counseling and RTI and the interventions for our students who need those services. And so we are allocating those dollars there. So we have some shifting to do. What I can tell you is that in terms of total employees, thus far we are down 446 positions towards the 500. And that's based on something that I want to say is amazing in the fact that everyone that wanted a position with the district, we were able to provide them with a position here in the same professional capacity that they were. It may not be the exact same position that they held prior. However, it is within the professional capacity. And we've been able to maintain those salaries. So I'm very proud of the work that the team has done. As we move forward, we will be able to kind of provide you the breakdown as that breaks down into those PEMS categories. I do want to caution the board as we bring this each month, we will bring more information and more data. So next month you will see an actual report as we go through. I started to create one today and decided I would pause because I was having to do it manually. And I would much rather pull you one out of our system where I know the data is accurate instead of me trying to manually calculate some of those and make a mistake and give you some inaccurate data in terms of staff numbers and how they fall into categories. Those finalized reports for that, as you know, will not come out until October, but we will continue to update and we will continue to provide you with those updates. But I do want to thank Amanda Martinez and Jonathan Perales, Alma Piedra, and Ms. Erica Garza, and Ms. Destiny Barrera, and the entire HR team for really working a lot of hours. I know we have worked Fridays and Saturdays and days that the district was supposed to be closed, and we're still going. So I appreciate everybody's work, and I stand to answer any questions that you may have.
I know I want to say a quick thank you to your whole team, because I've known how hard, like, this is like hour by hour, minute by minute, but just a thanks to our employees. This is a rough month, because as we draw down positions, there are places kids need an adult, and that changes hour by hour and day by day. Because we have someone who moved to Utah, and all of a sudden we don't have a math teacher, and we have someone who got a principal job in another district, and now we need an assistant principal, right? So like these things are still happening real time every single day. And I know y'all are having to move a lot of people. And that is very hard. People thought they knew where they were going, and we did the best, but as things that kids need come up, then we have to place the adults where the kids need them. And so thank you to our staff for their grace and understanding, and really for everybody to work as a team to get these moves to happen, right? When somebody gets moved to your campus next week, welcome them with open arms, offer to go take your pickup truck and go help them pick up their stuff and organize their classroom and all those types of things, because you guys are going to form these amazing dream teams on your campuses. And people are going to have to get over, they expected to go one place and now they're going to end up somewhere else. And that is emotionally challenging, and no one is unsympathetic to what some of our staff is going through and some of the notifications and the movements and everything. So I thank your team for everything they've done, but really campus leadership, welcome all those people with open arms. No matter where everybody lands, there are going to be kids walking those hallways that need you this year. And I believe God sends you the place you were meant to be, right? And sends you to the kids that needed you the most at the right time. And it's not always easy to understand any given day, but you are going to be placed somewhere that somebody needs you. So everybody just be patient and know that we know this is a tough time. Let's see, I think, Ms. Stanford, I see you waving your hand. Yes?
I didn't know I was, but.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. I thought sometimes you give me a little signal, so I'm going to come down this way to you, Ms. Stanford, and then I'll look at the rest of the side.
So I caught that you said we're down 446. Is that toward that original number?
Yes, ma'am.
Of 536?
Yes, ma'am. The 536 was based on FTE counts. This is actual, if we count the total number of employees compared to when we ended the year last year and the total number of employees we have now, there's 446 fewer employees in the district currently. We did concentrate all of our efforts to ensure that we provided the needs for the students first, so we focused on our core contents, and we have fulfilled almost all of our teaching positions. We do have open positions in special education, and we looked at employees' certifications and where they were, and have tried to match teachers with certifications and ensuring that we're able to provide those services for our students. So it is a student-first approach. I know this last week, the district was visited by Dr. Hinojosa from South San ISD, and that was one of the things that he really focused everyone on, is that everything is focused on the instruction of those students, and that is exactly how we have built the models here for the staffing. As we look at our students coming in, we want to provide, I know I sent a message to the principals that said, we're staffing you based on the students we're expecting to see. If you have more students, we will provide more teachers. If you have fewer students, you may have a teacher that transfers to a campus that has another one. And so we are looking at those numbers on a daily basis, and we are providing those allocations for that. But yes, that is towards the positions that we were looking at. These are actual physical people versus how the state calculates it as an FTE. And it is there is not a manual mathematical calculation that I can do to tell you how that 446 transfers into an FTE, because TEA even says they can't tell you exactly how they do it. They have an amazing algorithm. We have a program in the district that can help us calculate that, but we aren't able to do that until after the school year starts, and we actually have students here. And so those things will begin to be calculated as we start to upload that information as we move towards snapshot.
So is our goal still the 536? That's how we started off, was we're going to.
So the goal was to get to the 536. As with anything, our goal is to eliminate the $6 million deficit as much as we can. However, these are the employees that we have now. So, and like I said, this includes, our staffing numbers includes the vacancies that we do still have, which I will say is fewer. I know we do have new teacher orientation next week. I believe we will be welcoming about 60 employees this year. A large number of those are special education focused and some specialized areas like bilingual and areas of certification in that particular area. In the past, we have hired up to 300 to 400 people at a time. We are using the staff that we have within the district to help meet this based on the right sizing plan that we put into place. And we are strategically doing that based on our numbers and making sure that those allocations match. When we come to the end of it, I know that originally we had specific target numbers, like we were going to have 1,357 FTEs for teachers. The truth is, I think we're going to have more than that in terms of teachers, but we may see fewer numbers in areas like central administration or professional support, some things like that, as we have moved people to make sure that certifications match those needs of the students. I do anticipate our teacher numbers to be higher, but they may reduce in the other areas, and all of that affects the budget. At the end of the day, we want to meet the needs of the students, and if we miss the 1,357 exact target, but yet we're continuing to meet the needs of our students and we're meeting our budgetary needs, then I feel like we have been successful.
So is the $6 million deficit that we're projecting right now because we haven't gotten to that 536? Is that still our?
The $6 million deficit was because we had not reached the 536, yes, ma'am. And so that's why I was saying when we adopted the budget, we knew we were off with vacancies and with staff members we still had on our books that we were at. If we were to have ended the year July 1, we would have had a $6 million deficit. And that was one of the things that we talked about, is that our work was not done. We knew we would have additional people that would leave the district. Some of this includes allocation for positions that we hope to fill but may not fill, and so those funds may remain in there. The $6 million would have been reflective of if we were 100% fully staffed in every single vacancy, plus the staff that we currently had contracts for and were showing up for work and everyone was paid out 100% of their days. We have been able, through the resignations, so the $1.4 million, that is based on us that is based on the employees that have left us and us utilizing our existing staff to match those allocations where we were overstaffed on some campuses. As people left those campuses, we were able to slide those overstaffed numbers from that campus into those positions that others left. In other cases, as other campuses lost teachers, if there was a campus who had more allocations than we were expecting students, we were able to shift those. It's very similar to the process that we do many times. I know Dr. Saunders said we kind of do this every year in September after all the kids get here. We anticipate the numbers and we project and we staff each one of the campuses. And then we find out, this campus has more fourth graders than this campus, so we're going to move a teacher from campus A to campus B. What is different about this year is that we are actively doing this right now in July as we work on the process of right-sizing our staff. And through that, we're able to continue to reduce that number. I do anticipate next month bringing an additional budget amendment to you that will increase the number down at the bottom and decrease the overall anticipated deficit just based on staff. At some point, the staff will level out on that, and the rest of it, we will look for savings within the general budget, which is what we originally discussed back in June when we adopted the original budget, is that we knew there was work we could do still on the staffing to save those positions and to save the dollars there, but that we also have work to do here as well. We are anticipating a refund to our revenue that you will also probably see later next month, somewhere around $500,000 to the good, based on someone overcharging us administrative fees from one of our third-party administrators. So there's things like that where you will see where we have caught errors in the books, and you will see, I think, to Ms. Martinez for finding that, and that is not reflected here because we just found out about it. And there is a slight revenue change of $5,700 on here for this month, and that is due to a vendor of ours that damaged some cameras, and the district repaired the cameras, and the company came back and gave us their insurance check and said, here's to cover it. The difference is we paid it out of one year and we're receiving the revenue in another. But so that's what that small change is there. But
So this amendment of, was it 1.4 million, is that tied to staffing?
Yes, ma'am. That is all, that is
So
staffing.
that means that staff we're not expecting to have?
That is based on positions that we have eliminated from the district. Yes, ma'am.
Which is part of the 536?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes,
are we?
and yes, so the 446 positions is everything that we have reduced since we started this process from the campus consolidations until today.
Are we still aiming at the 536? Was it 84%? We were aiming at, we were at 92?
We were looking to be at 84%. When we adopted the budget, we were about at 85%. I don't have an exact percentage now because, like I said, I haven't been able to break that down. All I have is kind of a total staff number at the bottom to tell you the difference. Last year, we had 3,486 employees. Right now, we're sitting at 3,040.
Well, I definitely don't want to shortchange the kids.
Absolutely
So
not.
Absolutely
not.
If that means we have a little deficit that we have to continue to work on, and we're not taking away from what the kids need.
Absolutely. No, we are absolutely not looking to take away from our students in any way, shape, or form. We have, made sure first and foremost, we have spent the vast majority of all of our time looking at first grade, second grade, third grade. What are our high school teachers? How can we allocate individuals? What is their certification? Are we able to utilize that person better in this area so that we have our very best and our strongest teachers into those positions?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna look down this way. Any other questions on, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
I have a lot of notes, so let me just start here. Dr. Dixon, are we using a consultant to help us with this whole HR situation?
Can you hear me? Throughout the entire process, especially when it comes to position control, staffing ratios and things like that, we have used Moat Casey. And prior to that, we actually had some studies done, so we've had a collection of acceptable and best practices to guide us.
Ms. Sharon Fury had a study not some years ago, and of course she's well respected in the area of HR. I'm wondering if we've returned to that, because during the time that we had that study and we presented the information, there were compensation adjustments that were recommended that the board did not move forward with them completely. We grandfathered some. So I'd like to take a look at where we are now in terms of that comparison to see if we might need to revisit our situation. I believe a lot of the employees were on the way out or may have retired or left. So right now, I'm going to ask for our attrition number. I still suspect that it's been higher this year than any other, but I don't know what that current percentage is. Do you have a percentage on what our attrition looked like this year?
I think first I'm going to have to ask you to define attrition. Is that a person who has exited the district for any reason or
Any reason.
retirement? or-
Any reason, attrition.
Okay, I don't have the percentage for you. As I said, we are still finalizing the numbers in the system and still moving and still adjusting that within the budget and the full attrition. I will be able to have that number for you in upcoming reports, yes, to know what that percentage looks like compared to last year. I would say that it's potentially higher. We have had a large number of exits, but I don't have an exact percentage for you, but we have had a increased number of exits this year.
Obviously, part of the board's mission is to build strategic plans that address employee retention and address recruitment. And so, obviously, we'll be looking at what our recruitment looks like. If we have employee losses in the summer, it's harder to recruit talent because they've already signed contracts with other districts. So strategically, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do to bring talent into the district. I think, Dr. Dixon, you and I had a conversation regarding the use of permanent subs. We know sometimes that's not the best solution for putting a permanent sub in a classroom. But if our back is against the wall, we have very limited options. So I'm trying to get ahead of that. And I would say that this is a rhetorical question, but when we have a student-first philosophy and we're eliminating positions that impact students, then we're not putting students first. So we need to make sure that what we're working with is not impacting the campus first and then the district second. So I love the information, but I don't see a report of what those positions look like. I'd like to know where they are, what they are, to give me a better sense of where we may to be strategic in our approach to things. So I probably will be asking for a report for those missing positions, because even as a District 4 representative, I want to know if they're mainly all in District 4, for example. I don't know that for a fact. But I would need to know so that I can be prepared to talk to my community about concerns that we're having in the campus and in the district. So I asked that question because certainly a lot of our positions touch students in some way in supporting their services. I don't know where we are, and I'd like to have a better sense of that understanding as we go forward. And then I am struggling with what I know is a very difficult issue, and I just wanted to bring this to your attention, Dr. Dixon. I think I mentioned it as well, but just on the record. We're talking about putting individuals in positions that their certifications may meet student need, or their experiences meet student needs. From a retention standpoint, employees that are forced into places that they don't want to be in typically won't produce the way that they should. And that's just a morale issue. That might be another reason why people might tender their early retirement. And so we lose those folks. I do not want to be in a position where we are forcing people into positions. We have to find another solution. And it might be real easy to say, hey, you're certified in special ed, we're going to move you in spec because we're suffering there. But we as a board should have played a stronger retention strategy and recruitment strategy so we wouldn't lose personnel. Again, more rhetorical. We could have done A, B, C, or D. But going forward, we have to retain our talent. And once we get the attrition numbers confirmed to see our major losses of employees, we have to fix it. And the only way we can do that is to be innovative in our approach. But I don't want to be heavy-handed as a district. We value our employees. Well, let's value them. Let's allow them to work in areas that they can excel. And then we need to figure out solutions to fix where there are gaps. But that's hard. I'm not saying it's easy, Dr. Dixon. I respect and know we are in a hard place. But we should still always think about our employees. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, anything else down in this end? Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Gosh, and thank you, Dr. Dixon, for the superintendent report. All right, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. I am going to pull A because I need to pull a couple of minutes off of that list. So I will go down this way. Ms. Canoyer, anything? No. Ms. Stanford?
Yes, D, 5D, E, and H.
Okay, Mrs. Poteet?
I'm good.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, letter F.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
Letter G.
We may not have a consent agenda when we're done.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Lee? That's already pulled? Okay, all right, perfect. All right, hold on.
There's plenty more.
Oh, yeah. There's a
it's all
bunch.
working.
Nobody went to page 2, so thank you. All right, I will make the motion on what I think, so please follow along, so in case I don't read these letters right. I move that we approve the consent agenda items B, C, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Jones. Did I mess up any of the letters?
There's no Q and R? Do I have it wrong?
I don't have a Q and R. Do
I
you have a
thought
Q
this
and R?
was it. This was,
Oh, you were handed we had printed the wrong version of the agenda. Sorry.
okay, I got the
No
wrong.
Q and R.
Okay,
Okay.
I know.
Give it a minute to make sure it's the same ones.
Medical insurance?
Yes, you
JCARE.
had given me D, E, and H. Are those still the correct?
So one more to add to the.
No, what you have, I think is right.
I think it's right.
D, E, and H is still,
I think they're right.
okay.
We only had 3 here.
I'll say, everybody was handed a new one.
So is this the right one?
That's the right one.
Okay, let's make sure we're all working off an agenda that is 3 pages, and paragraph 5 goes through P
Yeah,
as in
it's wrong.
papa. Everybody's working off the right document?
Oh, no, it goes to P. Okay.
Okay. And I'm just going to repeat.
Wrong one, I'll throw it away so you don't confuse.
All right, everybody's got the right one in front of them? Because I'm going to repeat the motion just one more time so that you know which ones we are approving now. All right, my motion was to approve the consent agenda items B, C, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Everybody good with that? Okay,
Okay.
then we're going to proceed to vote. That was a motion by Ms. Ryan and had been seconded by Ms. Jones.
Yes.
All right, you can go ahead and vote.
I had notes on some.
Ms. Lee, hit the button one more time. Okay, there we go. Motion passes 7-0. All right, we will go on to, there we go, the ones that were pulled. Okay, so for the minutes, we are removing public hearing, June 25th, and we are moving the regular meeting, June 25th. Betty did power through the rest of them, so great job. Everybody got those emailed to them earlier today.
Could you repeat that?
We're removing public hearing June 25th and removing regular meeting June 25th. So I move that we approve the minutes from special board meetings held on June 8th, June 18th, and June 23rd, and the regular meeting on May 21st. Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Stamford. All right, any questions or comments on the minutes? All right, we'll proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, then we are going down to letter D, and that's you, Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have a quick question. This is regarding employee insurance, and we might see a rate, this will be a maximum rate increase of 9.9%. And I just wanted to know how we anticipate that will impact the employees. Is that based almost 10% of their premium would be an annual increase? Is that how that would work?
You can. So the contract states that if the second year when we sign up with Renew for calendar year 2027, there's a possibility that the increase could be up to 9.9, and Brown & Brown has reported to us that it would be almost a 10% increase to the employee's cost.
So if their annual premium is $1,200, they'd have a $120 per year increase.
Well, we don't have the prices yet.
If it was 10%.
Yeah.
It's going to be calculated off their premium?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And we might have a lower increase? Or have they confirmed?
Okay, so one thing that we probably do need to clarify, so this contract guarantees that the premium would not go above 9.9% of an increase. Right now, I know we are wanting to look into see, we are currently looking at the fact that Judson ISD is paying about 171% above the premiums that we are actually collecting. So our costs of medical insurance are 171% above what we are actually paying in premiums. So it is possible without this particular agreement that it would go above the 9.9% just based on the number of claims that they are seeing. So Brown & Brown is wanting to assist and kind of look at that and see, was it just an anomaly year, and what is going on with that. So with this guarantees that it wouldn't go above. Based on knowing that the medical costs within the program exceed the amounts of premiums that are currently being collected, it is anticipated that it might actually be the full 9.9% that it does increase just based on that, but it would not increase to above that, knowing that it may actually be higher. But because we are in the agreement that we have now and we are in the second year, it simply can't go up more than 9.9, and that was part of our original agreement when we signed the contract for the 2 years with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So we'll be with them for 2 years, but are we always keeping an eye out for
Yes, ma'am. So what would happen at the end of this year? So we will receive the premiums, I believe, in October. So we will actually be able to see, and we can discuss exactly what that looks like for our employees and how those plans map out. We are still looking at the next level prime component of that and continuing that service. I know, and then as we go into next year, we would go out for RFP again and begin to look at other plans and see if this particular plan is still the thing that we want to continue with, or if there is something else that could be a better cost savings to our employees.
Good. I think it's important that we continue to keep an awareness of, could we do better? And I think the employees need to know, and would appreciate knowing, that we're always on the lookout for a better policy if there is an option for that. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, any other questions on D? All right, Ms. Stanford, would you like to make the motion?
So I move that we approve the recommendations for the proposal, the request for proposal, employee medical insurance coverage for the 27 plan year.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Lee to approve the recommendation for request for proposal, employee medical insurance coverage for the 2027 plan year. All right, if no other discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, E is also yours, Ms. Stanford, so go ahead.
Okay. So E is involving expenditures from bond 2016, construction costs of about $80,000 to be spent on upgrades or correcting deficiencies at JCARE. And I don't know what the timeline is on that and how quickly we have to move on that, if we have to do it this year. But I did think we were looking to relocate from JCARE. Are we still planning to do that? Are we still looking to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Back when Coronado consolidated, the plan was to move originally. There was a proposal to relocate JCARE to Coronado. After receiving feedback from the community, that was paused.
I remember that.
And I think that we are still considering what we're going to do with all the campuses that have been consolidated. So we have a total of 5 campuses to consider. I believe that the process has not begun for that, but it is something that is in schedule for this year to consider what we're going to do with those campuses. Currently, we are planning on starting the school year with about 50 students at JCARE, and we did receive a deadline to complete this from the TDLR, which is the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, to complete this noncompliance construction issues by June 1st of 2027. And these are regulations to be in compliance mostly with ADA. For example, that there needs to be a certain slope at the entrance of the school to ensure that it is wheelchair accessible, to look at things such as recessing the fire extinguisher to make sure that there's an ability for someone with a wheelchair to pass by. So things of that nature for a cost of $80,000 with an extension to finish by June 2027.
So we don't feel that we'll have a possible target for another place to go before then?
Well, I feel that we can absolutely have that target. But we're still starting with our students this year. And if we do not meet the deadline of TDLR, then we can get fined per compliance issue.
So we don't have a year to address this. We have to do it right now. I'm just looking at the expense.
We have to complete by June of 2027, or we will be cited.
Okay. Do we know how long these items will take?
Yes, about 60 days after the notice to proceed, which
50
is
days?
usually about 14 days after board approval.
So about 2 months.
More or less, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on with you, Ms. Danbury. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you didn't pull it, I was gonna pull it too. So we've been out of compliance for 3 years, so honestly, in my mind, what's another 3 months? I know that sounds terrible, but if these were, like, there were certain strategic decisions we made, like, maybe if we get rid of the ERC, well, it's still gonna need a roof, whether we keep it or not, or we sell it type things. But we're talking about a parking lot with stripes on it and lowering some sinks at something that if we decide to sell off is probably getting bulldozed down and another car wash on that corner is going in or something like that, whatever it is. So I think with some of the long-range facility stuff that needs to happen and discussions that need to happen this fall, if this is only a 60-day project, it feels like and we only got one bidder on it. I'd like to have more than one bidder, because that seems like a lot of money for some concrete. I think Dr. Dixon could go take care of it for us herself. But, yeah, I would prefer to put a pause on this one for a number of months, because I just don't think that facility is necessarily going to be used as that facility in the far future. And I don't think the upgrades we're doing will necessarily apply to what the next usage of that building is, if it even existed anymore.
I would just like to make mention, yes, that we did receive a notice that if we fail to comply by the deadline, we may be fined up to $5,000 per violation.
Okay.
Per day.
Okay, by June 30th. So we've got kind of a January 1st drop dead then, right?
June
That would give
1st.
you.
June 1st, 2020.
But to us, really, by January, we got to tell you go, because that gives you 5 months to actually get it done on time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got fall to figure out
So
through
you're
December.
padding that? Because they
I'm
need
padding
2
it, yes,
months,
I am
and so you
padding
add
it because construction never goes how it's supposed to go, right?
double, a little more than double.
Correct, yeah. so that-
Especially with the extreme weather patterns that we
Yeah,
have had
time for us
lately.
to approve
Yes.
it, time for them to sign the contract, do their pre-meeting stuff and that they do, and then actually do the project and all of that stuff, and then have TDLR come re-inspect. So yeah, I'd rather give
I
them
would
about 5
rather,
months.
I would rather hold on spending the money if we have some space to do that in. It sounds like we do. But I would also say, let's be aggressive about looking where we can place JCARE to
Yeah,
speed
I think
that
all
up.
long-range facilities are very hot on, well, right behind like 7 other priorities, but it's a very hot number 8, I'm just making up numbers, but yeah, we have cities who are waiting on us to start hearing some ideas of what we're going to do, because now we have a lot of facilities that have been vacated, so we got to get moving on that this fall. Other questions or comments down there?
Well, that's the only one that I'm going to pull.
Oh, push your mic, sweetie. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's the one agenda that I wanted to like pull out and have some questions, because I remember when we have like growth and planning on, plans for JCARE. I know that, I believe the admin staff, the principals are there too, and how they are really badly needed, like, for their students, because I visited JCARE and how bad the building is. So for me, it seems like it's, to like spend money and then later on, we have plans on really moving them on a, a great place for them too, because like it was mentioned earlier about students first, and I know there's our 50 students, but there's our students still. So if we have to take care, there's 50 students, they also deserve, a great building for them to like learn and, build themselves too. Yeah, so, yeah.
Hey, I'm going to move to postpone until December meeting, and let's have a conversation about this in December. And then they could go out and get new bids and new prices and bring it back to us for January. So I'm going to make a motion
Ms.
to
Ryan.
postpone until December.
Ms. Ryan, I had a comment.
Okay,
before you
hold
did
on a second.
postpone.
I already made a motion, so I got to get a second, and then we can discuss. So there's a motion to postpone on the table. To December? Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I think this year's working better tonight. So second by Ms. Stanford. So we have a motion to postpone. Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I don't disagree with the postponement. I think we need to. But I was just going to say they should still open the door for our facility use conversation for the empty facilities that we have. on what we're going to do. So it all kind of plays into that same issue. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion of the motion to postpone? Oh, just Stephanie, were you waving? Sorry.
Yeah,
Trying to
sorry,
look
no,
out
I
both
was
eyes. Go
trying
ahead.
to, before we ever got the motion out. My question is, if we come back and we end up saying we don't have a plan to move JCARE and we need to move forward on that, what is the process of, are we stuck with this contractor, or are we able to go a different route?
I would suggest that we rebid, because that was our only bid, so that's the only contractor who placed a bid on this project. I also just want to be careful, and I would ask Mr. Mora for verification. Even if we move students, this is still a construction, this is still a project that TDLR is still asking us to do, whether or not students are there. But I'm going to ask him to verify. No.
So we had violations in the PD building.
Correct. I think the facilities discussions were moving everything off that entire complex.
Okay. Yeah.
Some of our facilities.
No, we
things
close
was-
it, then and it's unoccupied, then we tell the state.
Then we tell the state, right? We
Yes.
don't, if nobody's in that building, then we don't have to have stripes and a properly heighted
No.
sink, right?
But we would have to
Okay.
tell the state we've closed the facility. And
Okay.
that would settle it.
Okay.
So is January still a good time to revisit this if we have to go back out for more bids? Does that allow enough time?
Then I would
Yes.
recommend, yes, I would recommend, though, that we start the bidding process before and be ready to go in January in the event that we don't.
That's why I said postpone
Yeah.
till December, and then we'll give you the nod to go
Yes.
out for bid, and then
Yes.
you could bring it back in January. Is that fair? I think that's what I was thinking in my head.
And just generally speaking, the pricing is good for 30 days. For how long? 30 days. This type of project, 30 days.
Okay. Yeah. And if there's some decision in this board beforehand that there's going to be people in that building and there's something else intervenes, then you can always bring it back earlier, obviously. So, but if we're not going to have people in that building, then let's just have a good discussion about it, so. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone on the table. Any other yes, and Laura Ray seconded it. So is everybody ready to vote on the motion to postpone till December?
So I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kennard.
Mr. Moore, you were saying that some of this applies to the PD building as well, the
Yes,
police
ma'am.
department building?
Yes, we even have pictures.
Okay, I'm not concerned about that. I am concerned about being able to move the police department this year. There are certain requirements that we have to have for our police department station, including an armory, including a holding cell, including those kinds of things. So it's not just like you can pick them up and move them to Franz. There would have to be some construction and some work done there, and I'm not positive that that could be accomplished before we would have to make a decision on doing these things. So I want us to be really, really careful about what we're saying in postponing. If we have to hurry up and do something, it's going to cost us more than the approximately $80,000 it would cost to remediate now.
Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, and I do have just a rebuttal. I do concur. I'm going to support the postponement, but my anticipation is we'd have some decisions way before December because of the problems that Ms. Canoyer has brought forth. That could be an issue. But and that's something that, since the item is not about facility use, we really can't dive too deeply into that topic. But Dr. Dixon, we will have to have a discussion sooner rather than later to figure out what that timetable will look like. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion before we vote? All right, we'll proceed to vote on the postpone. Okay, motion to postpone passes 6-1. All right, what was that? That was E. Okay, then F, that's you, Mr. Macias.
Yes, my concern with this is also that we only received one viable reply for the bid. We didn't have three of them. I know it's a small project per se, so we're not talking millions of dollars, but I still am always kind of concerned when we don't have multiple responses. Let me just say before, Ms. Davis, before you respond, I mean, I've lived on this board long enough to know that when we had complications with all of the legal matters that we had with vendors in 2017 not applying, but I've also been here long enough to know, too, that there's always been a perception that, we already have our favorites and we're just going to keep picking our favorites, which in the past I've been consistent about diversifying our partners. So that being said, I just want to get a sense of why you think we didn't get any responses back except for one. That's my only concern with this particular agenda item.
We actually received 2 responses. One was an email saying that they were not interested in bidding for this project. And the other vendor bid on the project. I would say also that we are working with the other vendor as well. They're working on the signage for vestibules. I know that was an earlier question regarding if we have worked with this vendor before, and we have. They are currently doing our signage for the vestibules at Kitty Hawk, JECA, Woodlake Middle School, and the Wagner wraparound. So we are familiar with this company, and we feel comfortable with this company.
I will ultimately support the administration's recommendation on this, but more importantly for the record is just to determine some sort of assessment on why we're not seeing more interest. Is it too small of a project? I mean, we really don't know. So Dr. Dixon, in working with our staff, I want to make sure that we have multiple responses, and we should probably try to find out why there was no interest. That's something that could possibly be entertained after this is voted upon, but this is just a small concern, but obviously when we get to bigger items and if we're only seeing one, that's going to be concerning for me. So, but I'm fine with the recommendation. I know we need to have that project done, but just wanted to know why we were there. That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions or comments on F? Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Is it too late to try to find more bids, or we've really done the best we can and there's just no one else out there?
We can ask for more quotes, but it would, of course, postpone this project.
Is it a time issue, too?
Yes, it is.
Yes, for this type of project, we asked our vendors to hold their bids for 30 days. And we did try to reach out to more than 3 vendors, so. Yes.
The start of school would play a part in this.
There's a little bit of urgency, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hold on, I'm sorry, you said the bid's only good for 30 days? It looks like the bid's from June 7th, so we're already past that. Do we have to get a new bid then? Because we're at the end of July. Did you say the bid was only good for 30 days?
Yes.
Okay, because what's in our packet is this bid is from June 7th, and it's past July 7th.
Is that when we opened the bid? Is that, I'm not sure what you're
This
looking
is
at.
the document from SRM with all the dollar amounts on.
Yes.
The date on the top was June 7th.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not
But-
past
So they do know that
If it's
we
30.
intended to take this to this particular.
this board. Okay, all right.
So that,
So it might be more
that is
30.
very clear, and it's actually stated in the timeline, so.
Okay, all right.
That
No.
language is in the solicitation.
Okay, thanks. No, I was just making sure when you said 30, I'm like, oh no, we're past 30. Okay. All right, any other questions on F? Mr. Macias, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that we provide contractor services for RFQ 2534, architectural package number 2 for Wagner High School, NE ISD 39-23, project from the bond 2016.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, motion by Mr. Macias, second by Mrs. Lee. All right, and we will then proceed to vote. Ms. Stanford, one more time on your button. Go back to, there we go. All right, there we go. Motion passes 7-0. All right, that was F. All right, G, that's you, Mrs. Jones, go ahead.
My question is for Ms. Davis in regards to the Marquees. Is this going to be the only additional expense we're looking at on getting those 3 installed?
As far as I'm concerned, ma'am, yes. I do not know of additional expenses other than the ones that have been proposed.
These are hard costs, and we do have a margin for contingency, so.
So besides what we had back in the April board meeting where we approved the construction of them, this is going to be the only thing additional for the Marquees that we're going to look at coming out of the bond 2016?
Well, I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
But, you know, when you start digging holes.
But shouldn't be anything else as far as construction right now?
Nothing that we could actually foresee without actually digging up the ground.
Okay.
And identifying exactly what's underneath there.
Okay.
So you never know.
Okay. Thank you.
In your defense, when we approved the other one, I didn't think it was gonna be another 155,000 in electrical either, so, 'cause I'm like, isn't there already electricity out there? But, that was a good question. I had a similar question, so. All right, any other questions on G? Mrs. Jones, do you want to make the motion?
I move that we approve the selection to provide electrical contractor services for the RFC SP 25-34 Districtwide High School Marquees Electrical Service Project using bond 2016.
Okay, all right, motion by Mrs. Jones, second by Mrs. Lee. If there is no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, we'll move on to H. Ms. Stanford, you pulled that one.
Yep. So this has to do with moving costs for the campus consolidations. And we had originally approved 100,000, and the bill's coming in 87% higher. And I'm just wanting to know what happened to that, because it's going to be 187,000. The expenses are coming from bond 2016, but that's just such a large increase. Did someone add a bunch of stuff at the end, or?
I would agree that it is a very large increase. Back in April 2026, the board approved moving services for $100,000. The services were rendered, but I've learned that the quotes were mostly for materials and not labor. So once they've added the labor of paying the hourly wages for the trucks and the pay crews, the supervisors and the crews, it is an additional $87,000.
They left all of that out of their original bid? I'm just wondering if the vendor has any culpability in an increase of that size. Do we question them? Are we
Yes.
stuck with it?
Once the services are rendered, as a district, we usually pay out the services. I don't believe that it's, I believe both the district and the vendor could have made a greater effort to ensure that we did not exceed, but at the end of the day, if we had to move and we had to add additional trips and to ensure that everything was done on time, that is the costs that were incurred.
Is it your assessment that maybe we asked for more services?
I cannot honestly assess that, being that I wasn't here when the moves occurred. I think that there were things that we could have done on our side to better manage the cost, or at least bring it up before the costs were incurred. I do believe that it was our responsibility, if we knew that the costs were coming up, to bring it before the board and say, hey, there's going to be a greater cost than $100,000. But once we learned of these, we're bringing it at least as soon as I learned that these costs were incurred.
I don't know if we have any recourse. Does anyone else on the board have any discomfort with this? Sometimes it just feels like, I know if I had a contractor at my home and we agreed on 1,000 and he came back and said, after it's done, well, I'm going to bill you for 2. I would expect him to take part of that cost. And I don't know what kind of negotiations. Sometimes it just feels like school districts just have to take it. And I just want to know how the rest of the board feels. Like, do we question it at all? Do we?
Well, I know some of the feedback I got from some of the campuses was, I worry it's the amount of stuff we moved, that there were teachers who literally all of a sudden had 150 boxes and 7 bookcases and people moving tables and chairs and all sorts of stuff to campuses. And I've gotten quite a few stories of things that showed up on campuses that probably shouldn't have been moved in the first place, type things. So, you know, and probably this is one of those, in hindsight, probably everybody thought the best common sense intentions of all of our staff would be at play. And it was all very rushed, I think, at the end of the school year too, where people were just like packing up and going and stuff like that. And I think we probably should have asked the principals to be a little more involved in that process and in terms of what was leaving their campus and what was being received on the other end. That's a lot of the feedback I got, mostly from the receiving campuses. That trucks showed up with a whole bunch of stuff, and that they're not really sure why all that stuff showed up, because we kind of had all this stuff already at our schools. So that was kind of the feedback I had gotten out in the field from things of how this kind of happened.
If there's a sense that we, the customer, made more requests, more demands, we increased the scope of our work, then it's.
So our contract we approved was like by box. So if 150 boxes showed up instead of 50, we agreed to pay by box. We didn't agree to move us. We agreed to, we're going to pay X dollars a box. So when they got there and there's 150 boxes out of one classroom, guess what? We just paid 150 boxes worth.
Okay, so then it is more the customer. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Right, that was my understanding, that we were paying hourly for labor, but we were also paying for what we moved. So if we moved more stuff, we got charged more, but that's the contract we made. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Lee? Or Ms. Jones, I'm sorry. Mr. Moore, can you check your microphone? It's coming in a little soft. Okay, that's better.
So what the board approved back in April was an approved amount for $100,000. But what was also submitted as part of that recommendation was a la carte pricing from at least 2 vendors, maybe 3. So it was basically an indefinite delivery quantity type contract. In other words, at the time, because we were essentially racing against the clock, because a lot of these moving companies book way in advance, and it's for all the school districts. It's just not ours. So if we would have waited to the very end when we knew exactly what was going to be moved, there was a good chance we would have never had a viable vendor.
What would you say going forward we would need to do to make sure something like this doesn't happen? Would that be actually going forward and saying it's this many schools, so it would be this many boxes per classroom?
Yes.
So we wouldn't make sure something like this happens again?
I would recommend exactly what we did for the materials. The services are no different. We had, a la carte pricing for the services.
And then do we have?
And we have controls. We have documented controls in place.
Okay. And do we have a final itemized bill from them where we can see
Yes.
everything?
Absolutely. Yes, it is. We have triple checked it to the penny, and everything is correct.
But is that something that we can get sent over to us to look at? Just to see for our knowledge, where it all equaled out to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, before I go to Mr. Macias, and in case anybody's getting text, the live stream has dropped, but we are still recording, so if you have friends at home, they're not going to see this. Or is it back up? Oh, never mind, thank you, we are back up.
If we lose it again, we are recording, so.
We are recording,
But
so
when I passed the note, we were down, but
Yeah.
we're back up, so.
If you have people at home texting you, the video of this will be available at some point, but if we keep going up and down, we apologize to anybody you may have at home, so. All right, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, normally, when the board approves an amount, there's typically, if it's over 50,000, we see that again. So I don't know if in the contract that wasn't as clear, but this was 87,000 more. So that does exceed, 50,000. Normally, the superintendent at the time has the authority up to $49,999 to approve. I understand this was a unique situation, but also, as Ms. Jones said, we do need to ensure that we don't come across this issue and that we address it going forward. I know we're not in the business of always closing schools or having this major transition, so it's not like it's a thing that we're already efficient at it. But those would be my concerns about not following our usual guidelines in terms of expenditures and finance. But we needed to get the job done. I don't know in the contract too, there's sometimes a stop point that when we know it's going to exceed a certain amount, we stop everything and reevaluate. Again, with the changes that we were seeing, anything could have happened. It's not a time to blame anyone, but it is a time for us to recognize that this could be an example of something that could explode very much like the 2000, before 2010 when the stadium overran. And that made our community very upset from a $4 million project to a $10 million project. That was a big deal. So certainly we should reflect on this going forward. And Dr. Dixon, you can take a deeper dive into what may have happened there. But as we go forward, we're approving it now. But those are the things that come to my mind in terms of how we address that. So if there's any comment or feedback, I'd appreciate that. If not, I have nothing left to say.
Sorry. I did review the bills, and this was a by-board situation. And when by-board does it, it's kind of like piecemeal. And it was per box, per mile, per labor. And we should have, I believe, then entered into a contract, not just awarded it by board. And I think that would have given it, but I have seen the bills. It is itemized out. Can we challenge that? I don't have a clue. I don't know who was doing the counting. And, but we did get it. We have used this vendor before very successfully also.
Yes.
So that was another consideration on our part. Was this a little bit of owner oversight and doing so much at once? So many schools, so many people. You can imagine how many mamas we were dealing with to move their living rooms and their kitchens and everything. And so, and then going to a new location too. So I don't think there was any deception on the vendor's part. I think it was our oversight.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Ms. Stanford, could I get a motion?
Okay. So we'll just try to be more careful, I guess. I move that we approve the amendment to the moving services contract supporting the district-wide campus consolidations, by board contract 738-24, using bond 2016.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Lee. And we will proceed to vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, that wraps up our consent agenda. All right, we will move on to 6A regarding the endorsement of a candidate for the TASB Board of Directors. Little opening comment on this. This being a school board member is already an unpaid $0 an hour position. And to see 5 people from our region who were willing to sign up for even more unpaid work, because that's what it is, to go up to Austin, to be part of, state things. That's very inspiring. We have a very engaged Region 20 in our region, and we have some amazing school boards that we work with a lot in our areas. So I think it's great that this many people want to become even more active in things in the state. So thank you to all 5 people who have put their name in the hat for this. I did put one piece of paper, all the bios were in your board packet. I had also received an email from one of the candidates that had gone to me as board president, and I dropped a copy of that on your desk also. And I'll start it out. I would like us to consider endorsing Ms. Ginger Friesenhahn from East Central ISD. She is our current TASB director for position A at Region 20. I've gotten a chance to know Ginger very well over the last year. She was in Leadership TASB class of 2026, best class ever. And she is extraordinarily active in the advocacy role in terms of going to Austin, meeting with legislators, working for public education, working on funding, and being very tied into a lot of the advocacy groups. She's been wonderful, works with Lynn Boswell up in Austin ISD on a lot of those things that they're working on. So, and East Central has been doing some amazing things next door to us too. They made some great academic gains. So I'd like to throw Ginger's name out there as one possible endorsement. All right, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I'm obviously, I personally know 4 of the 5 individuals that have applied for this position. It's very difficult right now, educational issues, and so you know, it's kind of hard, but I do agree that we need to send someone who's been in that role. And Ms. Friesenhahn, Ginger from East Central, I think would continue to at least work in that capacity, so I can concur with that recommendation as well.
I know, like, it's hard. Like, once you know a bunch of the names on there, it's like, I'm like, I love Florinda down in Southwest, and I've met Louis, a lot of these people, so. All right, any other, Ms. Stanford, are you waving at me or no? Yes? Okay, go ahead.
But I also support Ginger Friesenhahn.
Okay. All right, do I hear of any other nominations? Otherwise, I will make a motion on that. I don't see any other discussion, so I move that the Judson ISD Board of Trustees endorse candidate Ginger Friesenhahn for the Texas Association School Boards Board of Directors, Region 20, position, hold on, A.
Second.
Okay. Oh, I got a tie, but I'll give it to Mr. Macias because he talked first. So motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Mr. Macias. And we will proceed to vote. Oh, sorry. That was me this time. Okay, motion passes 7-0. So congratulations to Ginger on her endorsement, but sincerely thank you to the other 4 candidates, and so excited that you are that passionate about public education. You would be able to willing to step up for something like this, and we hope to see your names on lots of things in the future. All right, now we are going to move on to just our discussion items. So Dr. Dixon, I'll turn it over to you for ESSA grants, or whoever's going to present that.
Okay. All right. The first discussion item, this is a yearly report that Ms. Burton provides dealing with all of our federal funding sources, our fiscal year 2027 ESSA grant, the Every Student Succeeds Act Consolidation Grant, our Perkins Act for CTE, and our Special Education Consolidation Grants. This report just outlines for you the total award that the district anticipates receiving for each one of these, and then the types of services and programs that we purchase as a district utilizing these federal funds. As I said earlier, we are still working on identifying the staffing percentages and whatnot as to how this breaks down. And once we have that, Ms. Burton will be able to provide a more detailed spend plan for the board as you have requested in the past. I don't know if you have any questions about any of these, and if you do, I would ask Ms. Burton to come to answer any questions that they may have about any of these particular items.
Okay, I'm going to look down that way first. Any questions on this one? We're not voting on it. This is a
No, this is not a vote. This is just a report of
required to be reported out
required report
at
of
the
what
meeting.
we have. So
Correct.
yes, ma'am.
I don't see anything down that way. Down this way? Okay, no, I think just some of the, we've talked about like, this is the year to use all of our money, so.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a rollover year, right? Like, so if there's money we can spend this year, and any of that can offset our general fund this year, maximizing that as much as we can. I know
Yes, ma'am.
there were conversations last fall with Mr. Kingman when he was here about ways to do that, so I think if there are ways we can offset by utilizing that money, this is definitely the year to do it, because, and especially because academically, like, it's all in, all in. Every penny we can get to a kid in a classroom doing something, and using that money really strategically and intentionally for high return on investment things for our kids, that'll be great. So
And
look forward to seeing the spend plans.
And I will say that Ms. Burton and all of the staff here does a great job working with our campuses and our principals to make sure that we meet those needs.
Great. Ms. Canoyer.
I was going to echo that. I just want to thank Ms. Burton and her team for the careful oversight. It's very easy to get in trouble when you're dealing with federal money, and we need to be very accountable for exactly how that's spent. So thank you for your hard work. I appreciate you.
Ms. Stanford.
Just want to make note that that is just under 14 million. So really impressive. Thank you for all your hard work getting that together.
Okay, any other questions or comments on that one? Okay, all right, we will move on to 7B, discussion of a TRE. Dr. Dixon, I'm going to turn that hot potato over to you.
Is we must publish our proposed tax rate notice. And in doing so, we need to anticipate or put in any factors such as if we're going to look at the Vader or what we propose for that to be. The notice must be in the paper, Betty, by the
31st.
The 31st, because we have to have the meeting no later than the 17th. So the window of the 10th through the 17th is where y'all need to look. So thinking of the timeline, then the notice has to go in to the paper. So we need a little guidance here. We can calculate for you. Ms. Martinez can tell you what the plain tax rate would be if based on our projected collections. And then what the projected copper pennies, gold pennies, whatever. But once we put it in the paper, we can't exceed that. We can pass a tax rate lower than it, but not above it. And so we need to just hear you talk. It's not on the agenda for action, but we need to publish something so that when you have your public hearing, you then can set a tax rate that would meet actually almost with or without the Vader. We're starting at a base of 66 cents with the M&O, and that's what we're talking about now is M&O. Your INS is pretty easy to calculate. You must be able to service your debt with your tax rate based on your values that you have. So
Would this be okay for me to jump in with the feedback from the Finance Committee last night?
I think that would
be all right?
I think that
Okay.
would be appropriate.
Okay. The Board Finance Committee that has membership from each of our 7 districts appointed by each of the board members met last night. And I tried to type up some of the notes, but they're a chatty, spicy group, so there was a lot. There was a lot. Yes, Ms. Richardson, talking to you back there. And I love it, and sometimes it's hard to keep up with everything they say, so I just want to hit a few of the high points because they are going to meet again next week. So we looked at some of the reasons they believe the TRE did not pass last year and what would need to be done this time to improve its chances. One of the problems last year is it did not allocate the money to anything. Most successful TREs across the state have a board-approved spend plan for the additional revenue and make a commitment to their community that what the money will be spent on, and that is what they believe the community would need to see this time around. At the time of the TRE, we had not corrected our financial situation. We had talked about a lot, but we had not taken concrete action at the time to correct any of our financial course that we were on. This time around, we need to highlight all of the things we have done now to make the district financially solvent. So obviously that budget deficit drop to 4.7 is going to go a long ways toward that. Also, another major thing that hurt us was our academic ratings. It's really hard to ask the community for additional funds when you're a D-rated district. This time around, we're probably going to face the same challenge, but if the TRE spend plan is focused on expenditures that will improve student academic outcomes, then we can try to offset the negative impact of the academic rating, especially since our new accountability ratings are probably going to come out in August, right as we try to kick off a TRE campaign. They also discussed what they believe the TRE should be for. And part of what we talked about is keeping in mind it's not necessarily what Judson wants, it's what the community wants for Judson. What are the things that are going to make our community members go out and vote yes? Keeping in mind this is an even year November election, heavily contested governor's race, a lot of major things. I'm estimating somewhere between 35 to 45,000 voters. So, and most of them are not going to be affiliated with Judson whatsoever. So we discussed what would the community at large who is going to vote on this be interested in, what would get them out to vote yes. Looking at past successful TREs across the state, the two major things that those contained were expenditures that directly impacted student outcomes and teacher staff pay. And which teacher staff pay impacts student outcomes because community wants well-compensated, highly qualified teachers and staff on their campuses. The committee believed apportioning part of that money to raises, most indicating raises for all staff, although a few thought raises for teachers would gain more community support. Another major discussion was apportioning money for a pay-for-performance incentive program for the district. There's some great examples of districts who have used funds that way. They create some sort of incentives for campuses, often the entire campus, not just select employees, and based on that campus's performance or growth, there's incentives tied to that, and that has been shown to increase the academic ratings on a campus. We also had some robust discussions of some other initiatives until I kicked them out because it was 2 hours into the meeting, and they're going to finish talking about the rest of these things next Wednesday. A drastic expansion of the early college pathways to include associate's degrees at all 3 comprehensive high schools, as well as expansion of dual credit, UT on-ramps, and AP courses. Oh, shoot, I forgot to put virtual. Looking at virtual high school options now that funding is available to the district for that, because we are losing people to other public ISDs who are having a virtual program. Expansion of early childhood education programs, including centralized early childhood centers, like we're seeing other districts do. Expansion of high-demand programs by dual language and STEM. And there are about 30 other things on the list that we didn't get a chance to really go through because we ran out of time, but they're kind of doing their homework to come back with prioritizing that list into kind of different tiers, because we're only talking about a certain amount of money we have to spend, and obviously the wish list is way longer than what the revenue it would bring in. I think the consensus was pretty much 3 pennies, because those are the high yield pennies, and going anything past 3 cents into the lower yield pennies would be a much harder sell to the community. And just one shout out, thanks again to the committee. Most of these members have been on since last year, and they have given dozens of hours to this committee, and you got to witness that passion. And she's like, wow, because like when you have people who show up and are that fired up to make Judson a better place, it inspires you. We're like, we can do this, you guys. We can do this, because that's all it takes is that kind of passion out there in our community. So there, that was my feedback, hopefully. Mrs. Poteet or Mrs. Lee, did I miss anything else major? I know they talked a lot, so there's other minor things I could have put on there. You're good?
Yes.
That was, okay. Okay, check. Those were the major notes, at least, and nothing else from you guys? Okay. All right, sorry. I'm going to turn it back over to you, and I'll say, I think I concur with the 3 cents also. From watching what other districts have done around the state, I think it's very challenging when you go over 3 cents.
Yeah, the 3 cents is a little over 11 million. And that's where you maximize each penny. I think they were 3.7. After that, your fourth penny is maybe 1.2 or 1.4 million. So there's a big drop off after you get past the gold.
Yeah, what we had kind of talked about with the committee, and I think it shows it on the chart that the board has, is it's like the best employer matching 401k, I call it. Because while we would raise just under 4 million in taxes from our community members, from our actual taxpayers, then you get over 7 million from the state. So that, like, for every dollar, Mr. Macias pays in property taxes, we're actually gonna get like $2.40. So like, that's a great return on investment for the community. Pay $1 and the kids are gonna get $2 and some cents. So, all right.
And protected from Robin Hood. They can't get any of that. So every time we collect something in other places, they get their proportionate share. With a Vader, with these pennies, we get to keep 100% of that.
Yeah, and it doesn't offset. We've seen that scales things where it's like, if we bring in an extra $1 million in property taxes in any given year, normally they take $1 million in our state funding away. So, but this is not subject to that. So this is just money we just get to keep. So, all right, Ms. Stanford.
I'm going to be in favor of doing this simply because I believe the taxpayers should have the say, not us. I don't want to make that decision for the taxpayer. I want them to be able to go and vote for or against something on their own, not because I said they should or shouldn't have that opportunity. I really like the idea of a performance incentive program, especially with where we are academically. I think the taxpayers would appreciate that. I think it would be exciting to even reward whole campuses for improving their academics, even the bus drivers, the janitors, because then it's everyone they get something. They all get something for being a part of a school that improved in X degree. And that I think we could sell, because that is something, we're investing in our improvement. And that's exciting. And I really like that idea very much. Plus, this will put us back to where we were, 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. This will.
Oh, yeah.
Would still be lower. No, because we were 103.
103.
2 years ago. So 3 cents would bring us up to 101. We would still be lower than we were 2 years ago.
Okay. Well,
right, Amanda, good. I got
Yes.
Amanda nodding.
1.0096.
Because I thought we dropped 3 and.
Well, we dropped 2 on the INS part, on the
Okay.
INS side.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so we went down 3 on M&O, 2 on INS, which was a 5-cent drop from 103 down to 97. So this would bring it back up to
Okay.
One.
Because that's,
$1.
Oh, close to 101.
101.
we're at the very lowest part of the whole tax chart in our entire region. I don't think we're dead last, but we're next to dead last.
Yes.
And for a district our size, it's really causing us to have to scrimp and save. And of course, that shaves off from some of our ability to
Exactly.
be a little more quality in what we do. So I feel like we can sell that. It's worth it.
All right, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this as well, being part of the process to support the Vader last time. It was to save our district. And even in the face of telling our community that we will have to close campuses, multiple campuses, it didn't persuade the majority of our community. We were obviously not alone in Bexar County. There were 5 other districts, I believe, that tried a Vader and only 1 made it. There's a lot of discontent out there. And this is because that had the Vader passed last time, the reduction of taxes that Austin had put in with the exemption, households wouldn't have even seen an increase. Now they're going to see an increase this year if we put it on the ballot, and next year. I was very appreciative. I remember distinctly Ms. Jones saying that when she made her decision last time, that she wanted voters to be the ones to make that decision. I believe in that. But I also believe, too, that based on where we are, our employee turnover rates, multiple campuses being closed, our academic rating with TEA, the fact that we are under investigation with TEA, there's a lot out there that still hasn't been rebuilt. And community trust is a very important part of having support from our community. And if we do not have true community trust, we're walking into another situation where we'll have a failed Vader. I believe that if we really want to do this, this should be a taking off point for us to target for next November, not this November. What we end up doing is trying to hurriedly come together with what we would put a tax increase towards. At the same time, we were trying to balance our enrollment numbers, we're trying to balance staffing, and we would need to clearly articulate what those funds would go to and how we would measure their success of the investment. I certainly think we need to take advantage of our 3 golden pennies. I'm not confident that in the short run, coming to a quick decision for Vader this time frame, this year, is the best we can do. There is a cost attributed to an election, right, Dr. Dixon?
Yes.
And so not only that, I've seen it already several times. I don't think it's wrong to yield this year as we build a plan. Dr. Jacklish, when he was here some months ago, said he wanted to use the Vader to increase employee pay. But the moment that we do that, then that, of course, gets compounded, and we lose that investment because employee pay goes up every year. And so it does. Ms. McKinney says no, and I'll have to talk offline with you on that, Ms. McKinney. But bottom line, like what we had a dilemma with having 90% of our funding tied into payroll. I just would be concerned that we do not have a clear plan. And I say that because in the face of all the precincts, from the most northern part to down to Kirby, overwhelmingly said no. And we had rationale and reason that I felt was valid. So Ms. Ryan had mentioned about the sentiment about why invest in a district that's already failing. That's still going to be a perception. Why invest into a district that's failing? I would argue the other side. We need funding to support our district so we don't fail. That's what we were saying before, but it did not resonate. And so I would agree with Ms. Stanford. Let voters decide, just not this November. Let's go ahead and work this year to rebuild trust and determine where we're going to be. Let's get new leadership in place. Let's have a permanent superintendent. There's just so much out there that we need to do first, then look at revenue increases through a tax increase. I think once we do those things, we'll have an opportunity to rebuild confidence in our community and also determine how best to use an increased funding source that will help our district. And I don't think rushing to a decision is going to be the best course of action. But that's why you're putting it on the agenda, Dr. Dixon, so we can talk a little bit about those things and
Yes,
get a sense.
because the notice has to
Of course.
be put out.
Yeah, and, anyway, that's just my opinion right now.
All right, Ms. Canoyer.
I have a question. Are we going to be forced into any more tax compression this year? You know how they've required us to lower our tax rate by the state?
Not
Not
for
this
this
year?
coming up year.
Okay, that's already done with. Thank you. because that would certainly have an effect on how much we asked for, should we move ahead with this. I concur that this is going to be a really hard sell. The people I'm talking to that have reached out to me are like, the district's not in a state yet where we feel comfortable, paying more money in taxes. There's so many people out there who do not understand school finance, and that's reasonable because school finance is incredibly complicated. I've been in education for a long time, and I have a rough understanding of it, but not all the nuances. I am hesitant to put forth the expenditure that it would take to have an election for something that I don't have much confidence would pass at this time. If it's on the ballot, I'll go out and work for it. I wish that had happened last year, that everybody up here on this dais went out and worked for passing that VADR instead of working against it. Because, what we say is when the board makes a decision, we all accept it and work for it. It's just a really tough time. There's a lot that's happened. There's a lot that's still going on, and I'm just not confident it will pass.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stanford, before I come back to you, I would like to get first rounds on the people we have not heard anything from. So I'm going to start back down this way. Ms. Jones? 'Cause at least I'm kind of looking for a number, either a no or a number out of some people, kind of, sort of.
Last year it was one of those places where several of us were very adamant about this wasn't the time to ask for a VADR, but we went ahead and did it to allow the voters to vote. I don't feel it's very easy to get up here and say whatever you want to make the public believe it. I don't know anybody up here who was actually working against the VADR. Truly, ma'am, this is my time. Thank you. My family, we went out and supported it. The people that I spoke to, I gave them reasons why we needed to support it, even though I did not feel the district was in the place to be asking for the community to fix our problems. Looking at the numbers now, even then when it wasn't going to do an increase, for our average home, so I have the correct numbers, at 3 pennies, the average home for Judson is priced right under $250,000. And that would be an annual increase for a home valued at that of $32.95. So while we're not where we want to ultimately be with the district, we are heading in the right direction. And I feel it's a very good place for people to look at, is your child and their teachers, are they worth investing that $32.95 a year for their education? Is that worth us being able to give a pay increase to all of our employees? Adding the pay for performance program, where we can increase the academic ratings of our schools and reward all of our employees for the hard work they're doing. I just want everybody to think about that. I, again, would support it going out for the voters to be able to choose. And I think the comments that we make up here, it's not helping. Especially the comment about people up here on the dais were actively working against it last year. That's not going to help turn this around. The mindset up here has to change. My children are in this district. 4 of us up here, our children are in this district. I know for a fact I am not actively working to harm my children. And I would not be doing that to harm other people's children or our employees that are out there busting it, doing everything they need to do every day. So I think before some of us speak, we really need to think about what that's putting out. We are under the TEA investigation. It's Judson as a whole. And it doesn't look good when we're still up here doing this. It has to change. Because ultimately, the few of us up here who do have children in the district, now I'm not saying nobody else up here doesn't have their reasons for being on the board, but think about why we would actually be actively trying to harm our children and their education and the employees that they come in contact with every day. So I would be in support of 3 cents for the voters to be able to choose, because I do believe our finance committee is working hard, and I do think there are enough parents out there that are going to see the value in that 3 cents and that $32.95 a year for the ultimate yield that it's going to get us and what we can do to turn Judson around.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Lee?
I remember last year that I did support the Vader and actively, try to help the district, even though in my heart that it wouldn't pass, because we've just, been door to door with our election, and I can't, say for the other, my fellow colleague, but in my area when I was doing door to door, well, majority of mine is the tax increase that they wouldn't support it. So even though that majority of it, voiced that out, I still support it, because for me, personally, even though my kids would be graduating already, or I don't have any more kids, I do believe in investing of, in education for the kids in my community. And I know now that just over the year, I kind of like a little, not really entirely, about the school finance. I thought it would just be the same as how I budget, on my end, on my household and everything, but it's so complicated. Even though I attended the class already, I still have some notes I question, like movements and everything on those numbers. We had our first finance committee meeting, last night, and it was really a great discussion amongst, the committee members about their voices, like their opinions, and some of them are like knowledge about it too. And that's across the district, because it's all like represented on each of us area. So if they could come up on like a unity, a decision on how would they support it, I believe we have to have that reflection on our end, because we are the leaders on our area, on our community right now. So I wouldn't held, against anyone about not supporting this. I want my voters to be able to choose yes or no. And I do believe that 3 golden pennies right now is reasonable, and with all the feedback from others to not to go above that. That's all I can share right now.
Mrs. Potteet, I don't think we've heard from you yet.
So just to kind of further Ms. Jones's numbers here, it was it $32.95 a month? That breaks down to $2.75 a month. Sorry, I misspoke. It was $32.95 per year. So it breaks down to $2.75 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee. And I'm talking your average drip cup of coffee. I absolutely do believe we need to get this out to the voters, because we've done the work. We brought our deficit down. We're being noticed in the Express News and papers now not for our massive deficit, but for the fact that we're one of the few districts in this area that has brought it down. And that's something to point at. That is something to be proud of. And another point is, yes, we absolutely do want to fix our academics. But what we're going to need to ask our voters and community members is, how do we fix problems? Unfortunately, the number one answer is more money. You pay your staff better. You incentivize them to get out there and do as much as they can to turn around these schools. You can't do that without money. You can't do that without funding. So yes, this is absolutely something we need to be pushing for, because we do need the money. We needed it last year. This Vader just has 100% support from me. It's $2.75. And that's for the education of our kids. And it's hard to deny those kids $3 that will give us an additional $11 million in funds. So we do need to get out there and sell it. We do need to get out there and point at the work that we've done. Last year, there was work, but there was nothing we could directly point at. There was nothing that we could say, look, we're making the right moves. We are taking the steps that needed to be done. This year, it's a little different. We have some wins under our belts here. So yeah, just full support on the Vader.
And I'll just, before I go back to Laura, I had read the committee comments, but I obviously concur with a lot of those. This was a rough year passing that compensation plan with no raises this year. Especially looking back and knowing that that's because this board allowed 500 extra people to be hired in this district. This board couldn't consolidate schools when it needed to. And that's on us. And I'm sorry to the 3 new people who weren't here when any of this happened, but we didn't do what we needed to do from 2023 to 2025, resulting in no raises. And we just heard an agenda item that has health insurance going up by 9.9%, right? This board owes to now put in the work, because there's 3 years of things we need to correct. And we've done so much work toward that. And again, the public is seeing that. You watch the Express News podcast and it's like, oh my gosh, Judson's an example of a good news story. I'm like, wait, when did that happen? It's so great to see us being recognized for the good things and the hard choices we are doing versus some of the other districts and boards who are wavering and wanting to be popular, and that's not what's best for their district. And we're seeing some of the destruction happening in districts all over. So, I feel like we owe it to put in as much work as our employees put in, and be out there and let's get 3 cents, let's get 11.2 million, because I think the impact that can make on our employees and our kids is just, if it is, because we have a group that's ultra focused now, right? We're like, put the money where the kids are, where the kids need it, very intentional, very purposeful, on every single financial choice we make. And if we can put together $11.2 million spend plan of how this is going to impact our kids, I think we can go out there, because people do support public education, whether they have kids in the schools or not. But yeah, people suing the district, people launching TEA investigations is definitely not going to help. Only certain people have control over those things, but that's just noise, and the rest of us just have to ignore the noise created by some and get out there and just keep doing the hard work we've been doing. So yeah, no, I think 3 cents absolutely has a chance, but I think it's only got a chance if all 7 people are in on it too. So it takes 5 to pass, or for it to get put on the ballot. 5 votes it's going to take. It's not, for those who don't know Robert's rules and tax code and stuff like that, it doesn't matter how many people were at the meeting. It takes 5 people to put a Vader on the ballot. So, and that's the vote you were talking about that will have to come up here at some point. But if it's only 5, it's probably not going to pass. and out in the public. It has to be all 7, who are all in for our employees and all in for our kids, so. All right, I'll turn it back to Ms. Stanford for round 2. I'm gonna clear out this thing, so if you have another round 2, feel free to push the button.
Okay, Dr. Dixon, when is the deadline?
Which deadline? To publish the notice?
Correct.
The 3rd,
The 31st.
31st.
Of July?
Of July.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
You have to,
Yes,
the
that's-
deadline to call the Vader would be by August 17th. Otherwise, you cannot get it on the ballot, so it has to be called by August 17th.
So the
But you have
board
to post.
vote has to be the 7th, no later than August 17th, the board has to vote to call for an election. Now, there's some things that have to happen before that.
You have
We
to
have to
have-
publish stuff in a newspaper, and it's got to be in the newspaper 10
10 days.
days before the meeting. And that notice has to put a proposed tax rate that we will not exceed. So what we're looking for tonight is, step 1 is them knowing what to even put in the notice. Does that say 3 cents, 5 cents, 12 cents? What do we want in there? So we were kind of looking, I think I heard all 3, so I think you kind of have an answer on what
Yeah.
the rate is. And so then they have to publish that in order for us to then have a meeting. And that's why I asked everybody to bring their calendars, because we got to figure out a meeting when we can have the board, because we checked some August availability, and it's not looking pretty to get 7 people in a room to vote on things right now, so.
so we need a notice.
That window, just kind of forget about it. We'll take care of all the paperwork. You guys have to decide if there is a date between the 10th and the 17th that you can have a board meeting to call the election. Because if you don't call the election, the notice isn't going to matter.
Okay, so we don't need 2 meetings, we just need 1?
Correct.
You're going to
Correct.
need 1 meeting, and at that meeting, you'll have a public hearing
Okay.
on that notice that you published, and then you will vote on the notice that you published to convert it from, you're going to vote really on calling the election is what you're going to call, but you're going to call it for the amount of money you're going to tell us at that meeting.
And we're going to look at calendars, like August 17th was sent out to the board for availability dates, and we only got yeses from 5 board members, which means all 5 people would have to vote yes. And nobody would have to get sick, or have a sick kid, or car breakdown, or anything else that could possibly happen on the last day. We do not have 7 board members coming to that August 17th meeting. So, yeah, we're going to do a little bit of calendar scrubbing tonight to figure out when. And we can't do it Tuesday. Not like we can do it next week, because we got to publish
Yes.
notices
It's-
and have the newspaper have time to get it in there. So I think we
It's
figured
the
out between
window-
the 10th and the
The
17th.
10th and the 17th is your window to have the meeting.
So it sounds like we should do it before the 17th,
Yes.
rather than
Depends on
wait
what's
on the
available.
very
Remember, we
last
got
day.
back to school, meet the teacher, and people moving kids into college dorms. So, yeah, and we're gonna do some calendar deconflicting back in closed session. So,
I would say is closer to the 10th as
Correct.
possible.
yes.
And then I also wanted to clarify, is there a rule that if you go out for a Vader and lose, you can't do it again next year?
No.
Is there anything like that?
Not that I'm
It was
aware of.
discussed in the last legislative session that they were potentially going to put some possible things on bond elections, but nothing like that was
Well,
passed
you might be thinking
or
of disaster
included.
pennies. There's a disaster penny rule
Yeah,
where you
it
can't
was,
do it.
it was
back-to-back
tossed around and
years.
talked about in the last legislative session, but it never made it into any
Okay.
bill, and that is not a thing.
Okay. Well, I would support the 3 cents.
Okay. So I hear at least 5 people talking about 3, so that's really what you needed from us for the posting dollar
publication,
amount.
we have a-
Yeah, I don't see anyone on this board making some motion for anything that would ever be more than 3.
The reason that we're doing this is that we could post the max on there, but our fear is that someone's going to see the notice and run around, oh my God, they want 11, 12 cents, because then when you have the meeting, you can set it at anything you want. We felt there a real need here to be very upfront, that we're not going for the max, which I think is 11 cents our max?
12.
12 cents would be.
17 with the 5.
Yeah, and so the naysayers out there, we don't want them waving that around beforehand. You know, at least get us a number in there that we can then call the election for.
All right, so I think that's all you need from us from now, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
other
yeah,
than
Finance
the
Committee's meeting
date.
again next week, so we will bring back to the board on whatever, all the meetings that we're going to have, some additional feedback from them, and some potential proposed spend plan of what to spend 11.2 on if it passed, so. Okay, all right, we're moving on to update on board training. Oh,
I
sorry.
put my,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
my
look
hand
over it.
up.
Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
well, and I obviously wanted to rebut. Dr. Dixon, I appreciate your urgency to find a direction on this. And, but obviously when Ms. Ryan spoke, she referred to people suing, so she's talking about me. She's talking about TEA investigations, which I've asked for a TEA investigation. So I just feel it's, if those sentiments are going to be out there, it needs to be really clear. There's division, and that division's not only on the board, that division's in the community. And so the distrust is real. In fact, so real that if we were on the ballot in November, I would be really worried about my seat, because the sentiment out there is to throw all of us out, every single board member. And that speaks to how the community feels. And I'm a big advocate for rebuilding trust. Right now, if we truly believe that if we've rebuilt trust in our community, then a Vader could succeed. We've already told the community last year, loud and clear, if you don't support the Vader, we're going to close schools because we won't have the resources. There was a criticism by Ms. Ryan that we couldn't make hard decisions. We didn't make decisions because we were trying to appeal to the community to support a Vader. And we told them clearly, you don't pass this Vader, we're going to close schools. We're going to reduce employees because we won't have the resources to continue supporting students. And that's what happened. We shut down campuses. We reduced staff. And now to go back to them and say, okay, we're ready to have you support a tax increase at a time when our district looks to be in shambles. And we have to be very real with our community. We're not there yet. And then when we talk about STAR data and our STAR results, and the community is going to be concerned. TEA is very much interested in what we're doing. So going for a tax increase would help student success, most definitely. But is it the right time to ask that question? Is it the right time to put it in front of voters? I think it'll be the right time when we have a permanent SUP. I think it'll be the right time when we have settled TEA's investigation. It'll be the right time once we have affirmed from our community that they want the leadership back, and they'll have that choice in May. So right now is not the right time to go forward with a Vader, because I can assure you, I was very much involved in the Vader success, where I block walked for it, talked to people. This time around, I'm not going to go openly vote against a Vader if I have to go and support my district, but I'm not going to be behind it 100%. So when Ms. Ryan says we need 7-0, we don't. We just need to have 5 board members support it, and it moves forward. But I can tell you, based on what my community sentiment is, after you've closed Judson Middle School, they're not going to be supportive of a tax increase to support other programs, because there's still anger, not only at Judson Middle School, but at Rolling Oaks, at Ed Franz, for communities that were ignored, and now you want to ask them for more money. This is not done, and we still have to be responsible to our community in May of '27, and be accountable for what we've done. And so I say we wait till next November. If you're truly interested in creating the infrastructure behind a successful Vader, you go out there and you put numbers to the community and engage them all the way till next July 1st or whatever it is. And then you come back and you say, by November of '27, we'd like to put this on the ballot for community support. I think that's the timeline we should be working on instead of a hurried one that won't pass. And that's my true feeling, because I know my community. So, anyway, thank you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Poteet.
Mr. Macias, I really don't appreciate you continuing to say that our district is in shambles and that this is the darkest time Judson has ever faced, and just creating this aura of fear and destruction when the people that are sitting in this room are busting their tails to make sure that this district is moving forward. You say you support the district, then support the district. Fine, you don't want to vote for the Vader, you don't have to vote for the Vader. We can't convince you otherwise. But please, stop spreading the narrative that this is the worst time Judson has ever seen, because it's not. We have an amazing group of people right now working hours and hours to try to get this running, and we can see some light at the end of this tunnel. We've reduced that deficit, $41 million. When all the districts around us, sorry, I may have misstated the number. I'm not overly focused on that right now. It's more the message that you're sending. It's inappropriate. It's disrespectful. And I'm very frustrated that that is all we hear from you when everybody around you is working incredibly hard for our kids, and you sit and you moan about how everything is wrong when it's not. Things are getting better. It takes time, it takes work. Nobody was expecting an overnight success, an overnight change. That's unrealistic. So again, think of your community and stop trying to scare everybody. It's very political, and it's not what we're here for. You like to accuse all of us of being very political people. I am not. I'm a parent that ran for the board to help her kids and to help the kids around them. That's why I'm here. I have no intentions of running for anything else after this. I am here to help children. And when you say things like, this is the darkest time, this is horrible, and we are headed downwards, you're spitting in the face of every single person that is sitting here working their fingers to the bone. And I just felt like that needed to be said, and you need to be aware.
And you're wrong, completely wrong.
Hold on, just a second, Mr. Macias, you haven't been recognized yet. I'm going to jump in on that too. As someone who has been to all 6 of the community meetings that we just did, who has a finance committee consisting of all 7 districts from across this district, who talks to the mayors and the council people and the economic development corporations of all the cities, to characterize our community as a community divided, that is not true. Are there 20 people, Facebook people, trolls, who are raising a ruckus? But that's 20 out of 165,000 people who reside within the Judson ISD boundaries. And most of them are fake profiles anyway, so let's be real, right? So, but if you are actually out there in our communities, what you see is our mayors and our council people so supportive of the hard decisions we have made. We have seen people ready to dig in and get to work with us. Mr. Wills was designing door hangers, I think, last night in his notebook, right? Like everybody is ready to get to work. We've got a mission and we got a vision. We're almost done with the profile of the graduate. We got people ready to go. They're like, who's gonna be in charge of the PAC? Where are we getting money? When are we block walking? Like, everyone's ready. And to characterize our community as being divided, is there a fringe group who wants to see this district brought down? Absolutely. Absolutely there is. But that is not the majority of our community. 98% of our community wants what's best for Judson, and they want what's best for every single student who resides in any of our boundaries. And our community supports things. I've walked these streets for how many elections? I can't even think about it. And I've talked to the people, and they believe in Judson even in our darkest day. They're still here. The turnover rates aren't as high as you think they are. They're not. The mass exodus didn't happen. That's why, unfortunately, we still have too many people. We probably needed a few more people maybe to leave, right? Because we didn't have a mass exodus of people. People stayed because the people who really believe in Judson, they continue to stay. And they're still living here generations later. So yeah, no, community, don't listen to the hype. Don't listen to 10 fake Facebook profiles out there. The people who are really out there in the community, we see you and we hear you. And we embrace the passion and that you want to come help us and be part of this process. And if everyone focuses on that and just tunes out the noise, yeah, you know what? We can do this, you guys.
Well,
Go ahead,
I
Ms.
do
Macias.
want to respond, and honestly, I don't personalize. I'm not personalizing any of this. You asked for my input. The input I'm providing you is what I hear from my community. And it's not 10 fake profile pics or pictures or Facebook posts or profiles. It's actual people, real people that I communicate with. If you respect the fact that I've won 5 terms, don't think I've done it because I had 20 friends on Facebook. I won 5 terms because I know my community. And I'm telling you, my community will not support this. In fact, when I asked my community to support it this past November, they still didn't. Because there is a lot of negativity about what we've done. You can live in your fairy tale world, Ms. Ryan, but the truth is we do not have
Again,
community
it's
support.
disrespectful comments like that is what she was talking
Hey,
about.
I'm
Keep it
sorry,
professional.
you're right, I overstepped on that, but I don't appreciate your insinuation that I'm a dark cloud kind of board member. I'm giving you my realistic assessment. You're the one trying to personalize and say I'm attacking the hard people, the working people of this district, which is not true. And until I have quantifiable numbers of what our turnover is, I'm still going to think that this was the highest exodus until I have data showing otherwise. So spin it. But again, your assertion that I'm reacting to social media profiles is ridiculous. I talk with my community, I know my community, and I can assure you there is going to be a tough argument to support this Vader when we are clearly divided. We're not going to be singing Kumbaya on this board, and especially when the board takes actions that they shouldn't be. Why do you think I had to sue? There are some inappropriate actions from this board that have found its way into the community. And if you're so confident, Ms. Ryan, when May 27 comes in and you win, which you won't, then you can say,
Sir,
okay.
Again, the threatening of my
I'm
position
just telling you my
over and over.
opinion. My
I'm just letting
opinion.
you know when you're being unprofessional.
Well, I
That's
appreciate
why
it.
the board
Thank
will
you.
remain divided, sir.
Oh, really? Just because of me by myself? The thing is, the bottom line is, I think we should tactically look at this in November of '27. And that's going to be the right time. By then, we should have a permanent SUP. By then, we should have also had turnaround plans for campuses that are failing, so we can tell our community that we're trying to do our best to support student success.
I think you're at your 5 and 3, so I'm going to go over to Mr.
You certainly like to
Ms.
cut me
Jones.
out all the time, Ms. Ryan, but that's fine.
Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
I just wanted to hopefully wrap up
Thank you.
on a nicer note. I think just what needs to be said at what we're looking at is $32.95 a year. Are your children worth it? Are our employees worth it? That's something to think about as we make this decision within the next month.
All right, thank you. I think everybody has pretty much had everybody's had a first and second. So, all right, now we're going to move on to updates on training, conferences, events, board committee updates, and board norms. I don't know why that's on there. So, all right, Ms. Canoyer?
So I was out of town, of course, during the town halls, so wasn't able to attend those. And there haven't been that many school events to go to. But I was invited to speak to an activist group who wanted to know more about the challenges facing public schools. And so that was a great opportunity, I felt, to reach out to some people who have strong concerns. Many of them are former educators, but they wanted to know what's going on with public education, particularly in Texas and in Bexar County, and what's happening with our schools. So I appreciate that invitation, and I hope that what I said gave them some things to think about.
Ms. Stanford.
I attended the Live Oak Luncheon where Judson was awarded the keys to the city. And I don't know if that means we have to share them with everybody. I don't even know what all it opens, because I would like to know how those work. I've never had one before, but it was quite an honor. The ad hoc committee is planning to present some suggested revisions to the current policy. It's been reviewed and okayed by TASB, and these will hopefully make it more effective. The written policy alone doesn't solve issues, but having something clear certainly helps. And I really appreciate everyone that came and spoke tonight in favor of trying to put more of a spotlight on the kids that are suffering from bullying, and even less than bullying, conflict that makes them uncomfortable to come to school. The community is obviously interested in this and has weighed in various ways, including tonight, and I want to thank you all for that.
All right, Mrs. Potteet.
I also attended the Live Oak Keys to the City. It was a great little event, and I'm pretty sure that it's really just a big giant brick that they shove some keys into. So I guess it could open something if you threw it at something, but let's not do that. Let's not test that theory. Also made it out to the Finance Committee meeting yesterday, and that was great. It's always really exciting when you see excited people that are out there and are ready to work. Also made it to the safety and security meeting because Miss Ryan was out of town, so I was just filling in for her. And that was interesting to see because that was my first one. So that's pretty much what I did for this last month. Not a lot happening in June, which is great. Gives you a break.
Okay, we have lost Mr. Messias, so Mrs. Jones.
Attended the community input meeting at Kirby, also went to the safety and security meeting that we had. I've also enjoyed the work we have done and put in with the ad hoc committee for the bullying. I actually am really good friends with the Harris family. So their son, he would come over and play with my children, so I knew him. And to hear her speak about him tonight was very emotional for me because I went through that experience with them and followed them with all of the problems that he had and then ultimately his passing. So I want everybody to know who spoke tonight that we are working as fast as we can to get the right policy approved and out there because we want to do it right the first time. And like Ms. Wickwire said, God has a plan for it. So I don't know what will come from tonight once we review it, but we are still working very hard to make sure we get the best policy out to protect our students. And even once we get that out there, it's going to take everybody to make sure that we're enforcing that, and also the guardians of our students to make sure that we're teaching our kids right. Because no matter the best policy, if we're missing at home teaching our kids about bullying, no policy is going to correct that.
Mrs. Lee.
I think I only have 4 things in here. Yes, the community input meeting, I've attended that one too, and it seems like not sure, maybe it speaks, you have Ms. Micah and Ms. Laura, you attended more. And I'm pretty sure, because we're the first one, and most of my community there, they want more. Like, they ask for more on like this district committee meetings because they want to be heard. They want, everything like updates and stuff. So they would attend. They said they're more of what solutions can we, they're more of the discussion of what solutions can be made instead of like keep talking about the problems we had. So that's really a good, I feel that, I know there's like only a few time in a day, but hopefully, that this district input, meeting will still going on. It's kind of like a growth plan where I started. And then, the Northeast Partnership Luncheon meeting, it's been over a year. The first time I attended was when, after the election, and it's nice to to be there again. And the first Finance Committee meeting was last night, and that's also nice, with all the community members' input. We could be here for hours because they all love to have solutions as well. Like, what can we do, to help us, especially when we were talking about the Vader. And I think that's it. And the Wagner Summer Band Camp just started, and I just want to share it. My daughter's, she's so excited and nervous at the same time, but seeing all these kids warming up and, it's just, excited for this this coming school year. Thank you.
Yes, Marie gave you guys the update on the Finance Committee meeting, so you have that one. Yes, Leslie and I took Dr. Dixon to the Northeast Partnership, which has been just such an amazing, there are 14 mayors, plus including all of our cities, plus their city councils, plus their economic development corporations, plus the chambers of commerce and everything, and we meet monthly, and I've been going to those for 3.5 years straight, and it's great because we get to get our message out there in the community and make those connections with people that we see all the time, and really be out there across all of our communities. Yep, I got to go to all 6 of those community meetings, and that was it was just inspirational to hear the same commonalities and with a few unique differences across each of our single-member districts across Judson. But passion is the one thing that defines every single meeting we were at, and far more unity than anyone wants to admit. Even there were a couple groups, or maybe there were some people that I normally wouldn't say, but are normally you'd see hanging out together, but by the end of the meeting, everybody working together, right? Everybody working for what was great and what was good, so that's great. Otherwise, I've just pretty much been in tons of training all summer. I guess I wasn't at last meeting, so I went to both the Summer Leadership Institutes. I've already been to the TEA System of Great Schools Conference up in Austin. Next week, are you going to that next week? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. We're going up to another conference that TEA is hosting for 2 days up in Austin. So another great experience to hear it straight from TEA. And we've made so many connections up there at TEA from going to a number of these conferences. And we love getting a chance to see and hear education, what's really going on, especially as we get ready to go into the next legislative session. Because if you look at what bills end up getting passed, it is very often off what the legislative priorities that are submitted by the Texas Education Agency, right? Whatever Commissioner Morath puts as his priorities, that was exactly what got funded in House Bill 2. So hearing from TEA what's going on and how we can be part of that advocacy for that is great. Also, have Board Officer Institute summer cohort going on this summer, so I'm on Zoom meetings and online things with board presidents from across the and secretaries and vice presidents from across the state. The amazing Esperanza Orozco is leading that, so always great to be able to continue to network with school board officers from across the state. And I think that's all I've got. So All right, the board will now adjourn into closed session. Oh my God, find my agenda. Pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. All right, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.074, discussion and consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to the timeline and process of a superintendent search. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.074, attorney consultation regarding legal issues and discussion of appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, or discipline of employees to include principals and directors and/or senior-level administrators that could include Executive Director of Technology and Executive Director of Child Nutrition. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding proposed revisions to Judson ISD Policy FFI Local as recommended by IDRA. The time is now 8:27 p.m. and we are in closed session. We're leaving. All right, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is, I can never find my phone, 10:10 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Okay, we are to section 9. We are going to do 9B first. I'll turn the mic over to you, Ms. Stanford.
Okay, so we met with our legal counsel to review any issues that needed to be considered, and we've done that, and we feel the next step will be for Dr. Dixon to work with the involved staff to make any additional suggestions. This will be the staff that has to implement the policy, and it makes sense to get their feedback on that. So with that, any discussion or comments? What?
Yes, Dr. Dixon has her marching orders on this one. So,
Right.
yeah, we have a lot of great student and staff organizations up at the district level that provide us very invaluable input since they're the ones implementing stuff every day. So I look forward to seeing their feedback also.
So I don't have the motion.
No, I don't think we have. So, all
Oh, so
right.
just no action.
So
Okay.
no action on 9B. We will bring that back to the agenda as soon as Dr. Dixon tells us it's ready to come back on the agenda. So,
Okay.
all right, then we are going to go back up to 9A. And I move that we approve the personnel appointments as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by, I'll give it to Mrs. Potteet. All right, we will proceed to vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, so let me go back and tell y'all what we just did. So Monday night, we approved some personnel appointments also, but we did not announce them Monday night because there were still a few conversations to let them know. So would like to give out a huge congratulations to Alejandra Gutierrez, who will be the new principal at Selma Elementary, and to Christiane Villanueva, who will be the new principal at Masters Elementary. So congratulations to both of them. Then tonight, congratulations to our new Executive Director of Child Nutrition. I'm going to say her name wrong, so I'm going to apologize. Jessica Flores Vizcaino. Did I say it right? Vizcaino, thank you very much. So congratulations to Jessica as our new Executive Director of Child Nutrition. And then our new Executive Director of Technology is Brandy Moreau. So congratulations, Brandy. And then one more from tonight. Sorry, I'm going back and forth on a bunch of pieces of paper. Congratulations to the new principal of Elof STEAM Academy, Miss Jamie Sawyer. So congratulations, like we talked about earlier in the night, still a lot of personnel moves going on, but we're super excited to have, new leadership on some of these campuses, and we know that they are going to be doing amazing. So there being no further business, we are adjourned at 10:14 PM.